guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country intends to take full control of the Gaza Strip, but not retain it. He sat down with Fox News 2 months ahead of the 2-year anniversary of the start of the war with Hamas.
We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life.
Netanyahu says the only way for a different future for Gaza is with the removal of Hamas, which he called a neo-Nazi army. He also claims Hamas is behind the starvation in Gaza, and Israel is trying to change that. The U.S. has pledged to help open more aid centers in Gaza. President Trump's sweeping tariffs went into effect just after midnight Eastern.
Import taxes are going to reach levels not seen in the country in almost 100 years, with over 60 countries and the European Union facing rates of 15% or more. A wide variety of products will be hit, ranging from appliances, cars, food, and furniture. In a post on Truth Social just after things went into effect, Trump said billions of dollars are now flowing into the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The FBI has agreed to help track down a group of Texas Democrats who fled the state in protest of redistricting. The request was made by Senator John Cornyn.
We cannot allow these rogue legislators to avoid their constitutional responsibilities and make a mockery out of Texas.
FBI agents will be assisting state troopers who were ordered by the governor to arrest those involved in the quorum break. Civil warrants have been issued, but local law enforcement cannot make arrests outside the state. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 224 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 5 points, and the Nasdaq gained 73 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Legionella bacteria is confirmed to be in the water system at Dearborn, Michigan's Allegria Village Retirement Home.
It was found after 2 residents contracted Legionnaire's disease in June and July, both of them dying. Emergency measures are implemented. Residents have been given refillable 1-gallon jugs for cooking, cleaning, and bathing. Staff also urging residents not to use showers and other high-risk water sources. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Tulsa's Area Emergency Management Director has been arrested on 1 felony count of possession of child pornography. Tulsa County Sheriff Vic Regaldo says a tip about a messaging app account with possible child pornography led to the arrest of Joe Kralishek.
During the course of this ensuing investigation, numerous images and videos consistent with violations of Oklahoma's child pornography laws were found on the social media account that was linked to Mr. Kralishek through an IP address.
Kralishek was arrested at his home. Deputies say he was shocked and asked for an attorney. He has served as director since March 2018. An arson investigation is underway at the Yakima Ice Facility.
Gerson Castaneda-Pache was being taken from the airport to the Northwest Ice Processing Center in Tacoma. He was previously arrested in California following a domestic violence conviction. He was in the backseat of a car when he ran and eluded ICE agents. Homeland Security officers responded to the airport and located Castaneda-Pache near the airport's rideshare pickup area. He is charged with escape from custody. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
What do you say? Who's ready for a brand new day? Well, here it is. The greatest day of the week. If you ask me, here comes a Friday. All right, we will make our way into the 8th Monday of August, respectively from time zone to time zone. As indeed we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. A very quiet night outside the secret bunker. Mostly clear skies, the moon shining bright. It looks full. Technically, full moon coming our way tomorrow night. Kind of a full moon weekend on the way. Yes, indeed. The freaks come out during the full moon, huh? Hey, and for the first time in some time, an overwhelming majority of the lower 48 is pretty quiet tonight. Not a whole lot going to be slowing you down on the highways and byways. A few spotty showers in the southeast. See a few cluster of showers and thunderstorms north central Florida, right along the Georgia line there. A few very, very scattered light showers back in the Four Corners region. Now, there is a zone with some stronger storms prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of these in southwestern portions of North Dakota. I'm seeing reports 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gust. Yeah, of course, the golf ball size hail in some cases. That is one of basically three separate clusters. Another cluster of showers and thunderstorms, some prompting severe thunderstorm warnings northwestern North Dakota and northeastern Montana. Then a third line right there in north central portions of North Dakota, moving into southern portions of Canada there, Regina. Some of that rain headed over toward Winnipeg as well. That is one region that will be slowing you down tonight. But for most folks out there, get out there and do the Lauren Weiss thing. High-speed trailer trucking. All right. Looking at some of these advisories, we have the latest in, this would be north central North Dakota, I was just mentioning. They're talking 70 mile an hour wind gust, quarter-size hail. This line of storms moving east at like 45 miles per hour. So, yeah, having to kind of batten down the hatches there in that portion of the country. Meanwhile, hope you've had a wonderful week. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, a casual Friday coming our way. We will be begin looking at the tropics. Now, as we enter the month of August, really beginning to head toward the heart of what is referred to as the Atlantic hurricane season. Yeah, budding activity over the vast Atlantic has forecasters closely watching multiple areas of interest right now. And some of those may indeed pose a threat to the U.S. in the coming days. There will be some tropical concerns near the U.S. coast over the next several days. But the backbone of the Atlantic tropical season, the Cabo Verde season, that's what's about to take center stage, according to AccuWeather. First, we're monitoring a stalled front that extends from the southeastern U.S. to the waters offshore the Carolinas, and that's where we're seeing some of those showers along that front in north central Florida tonight. Even though the center of the storm is going to stay offshore, slow movement in the proximity to the Carolina coast will still result in some downpours and winds in parts of that region as we start the weekend here. Now, due to the fact that it's over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream for a couple of days, it's not out of the question that we could actually develop into a tropical depression or maybe even tropical storm. Depending on the eventual strength, concerns near the coast will be rough surf, choppy seas. This is not going to be the long-anticipated big hurricane that's expected for the Northeast because they're running way behind. But, the hurricane, I guess, peak of the season is just around the corner. So a few days later, we're watching a wave that started over the coast of Africa a couple weeks ago. And that's been drifting it's going to be drifting toward the northern Gulf as we head through the weekend into early this week. That's been dubbed a low risk of tropical development at this point in time. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Cabo Verde tropical waves are showing a bit more frequency in recent days. Forecasters are highlighting not one but two of those waves for potential development in the next week or so. One that has been signed a likelihood to develop between now, Friday, and Monday, likely to turn north before reaching the northeastern islands of the Caribbean. Could still get close enough to the U.S. to bring in uptick in seas and surf along the Atlantic coast. That next wave, the second, a couple days later, that we believe has a chance to develop, would take a more southerly track across the Caribbean. Time frame for the second wave, August 13 through August 15. That could impact the Caribbean as it moves along around mid-month, and possibly Central or North America, including the U.S., shortly thereafter. A few words about the remainder of August here. AccuWeather forecasters believe there's going to be 3 to 5 named storms here in the month of August, of which 1 or 2 will become hurricanes. The next few names on the tropical list for the season, Erin would be coming up next, followed by Fernand and Gabrielle. As of this past day, there's not yet been a hurricane in the Atlantic this season. Yeah, the historical average date for the first hurricane is August 15. The same date for the 5th tropical storm is August 22nd. Tropics are unusually quiet last August and into the start of September. The activity we're seeing in the Atlantic Basin right now is pretty typical, not unusual. Every season, of course, is different, but it's a good time to check your emergency supplies, safety plans, evacuation zones, because eventually they're going to probably be necessary. All right, underway. Philly Dan, as normally the case would be, TGIF out of the box. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles, a win. The traffic from that game was absolutely ridiculous, he says. So a lot of folks attending the preseason action there. Hello, Marianne. Pappy's on board there. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour, TGIF. For the final time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hotshot Secret Hidden Bunker. All right, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the Stiction Eliminator power bike is on. 844-844-3388, the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow, be part of the show. All right, fire up that cigar, crack a cold one from the back deck. Crank up the volume on your listening device. Let's roll. Are you with me? Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down 64 degrees at this hour in New Paltz, New York. Sounds like a very comfortable night there, right? We're a good 10 degrees warmer, 74 outside the secret bunker with those clear skies. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Gilligan. Hello, Steve. Fellow listeners, the moon's peeking in and out of the clouds atop Christiansburg Mountain. 69 degrees right now. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Keep it shiny side up. Tank is in the house. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. We found, finally, a little bit cooler weather. 87 degrees under moonlit skies here in Okima, Oklahoma. Headed toward the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day and a great weekend. You had a hot week out there in Arizona, California. Hello, Shorty. I-77 northbound at the Virginia-West Virginia line, 67 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Sent you an email earlier today, Steve. Got the results back from the MRI and the chest x-rays. Yeah, I think you sent that via messenger. I didn't know if you wanted to share that with the public. I guess that's saying we're free to do so. Okay, we'll do that. Hello, Miss Millie, saying good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Beautiful moon this morning, 75 degrees. Bracken County, Kentucky. Everybody stay safe. Have a wonderful weekend. Don't forget to give your loved ones that hug when they go out the door. And everyone, as always, be greatly blessed. And good night to me, she says. All right. Pleasant dreams, Miss Millie. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever. 24 days till Labor Day. 111 till Thanksgiving. Sad night for the Reds and Bengals fans as both teams lost their games tonight. Anyway, got the usual run tonight, and except for traffic and road work, it's a good night for trailer trucking. Got that nearly full moon, clear skies, and some humidity. 75 degrees rolling Interstate 71 in Kentucky. Be safe out there and have a good weekend. Yeah, I noticed the humidity is indeed ticking upward out there. And we're also seeing the return of widespread heat advisories back to the heart of the country, stretching from central Texas all the way into southern portions of South Dakota. Heat advisories for the day ahead. Red flag warnings for much of the western half of Colorado, into much of central and eastern Utah, a good chunk of Wyoming, eastern Nevada. The excessive heat warnings continue in the desert Southwest from southern California through much of southern Arizona, where that heat dome has been dominating the weather over the past week.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Had a couple of other folks checking in here, starting with Norman in north central Kansas. Got the Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita, about 80 degrees, clear skies, a nice bright moon. Everybody have a great morning. There is Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 78 degrees under a bright moon, starlit skies, Cameron, Missouri. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed east on its very last high-speed trip. When I get to Illinois and kick my critters off, head to the Parks Livestock World Headquarters and get into my brand new, shiny chrome-plated, even more powerful cow truck. I'm excited to continue to grow the legend that is the driver with the strongest, fastest that Peterbilt has to offer. As you know, Steve, I never leave home for second place. Special shout out to the Michigan Madman from the Show Me State tonight. All right, there you go. Getting ready to jump into the behind the wheel of an even more powerful chrome-plated cow truck. And I guess you'll be kicking off the greatest day of the week for that first run, won't he, Captain Ron?
Yes, he will. One day closer to the greatest day of the week, too.
Yeah, I know.
And this one's going to be really huge.
Oh, yeah?
This one coming up is huge, probably like no other. The kids go back to school Monday. So look at all these people that'll be looking forward to the greatest day of the week. How about that?
Ah, yes, indeed. Finally, some peace and quiet for a few hours during the day, right?
Yeah, well, for some. The traffic seems like it almost doubles, though, during the school season, at least around my neck of the woods. It's insane.
So Mom gets up.
Usually a little bit lighter.
Mom gets him on the bus in the morning, and then she heads out to the swimming pool to relax all by herself.
Well, either that or they take them and drop them off. I think the majority of the traffic is the drop-off.
Yep.
I don't. It seems like there's more people, dropping their kids off that ride the buses now. It seems like.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I see a few buses around my neighborhood, but it seems like it's mostly all drop-off. But anyway, I'm off to a little late start. Had some car problems this morning coming in, so I had to turn around and go get Mama's car, so she's not happy. And I guess she'll have to walk to work tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
At least it's only a half mile down the road.
Uh-huh.
For her. But I didn't have anything planned, but I guess now I'll be sitting at the car shop.
That's always a thrill.
That saga. I know, and it's, if anybody's been following, which they probably have, they put a brand new engine in about a month ago, and it was doing great.
Yeah.
So I left for work tonight,
yeah.
And then it just started running rough, and the engine lights flashing, and I don't know, maybe it fouled a plug or a wire or moisture or who knows. But anyway.
Not the kind of thing you expect with a brand new engine, though.
I know, 0 miles, brand new right out of the box. And it was running great. The gas mileage was coming up. I checked it this morning, and it was 35.9 combination city and highway. So I was kind of happy about that. Anyway, back to the shop. But it's under warranty, so it shouldn't cost me anything.
And I can tell you, the folks at that shop hate to see you pulling in, don't they?
Oh, they hate it. I was messing with them, and I said, you ought to name that stall that you always work on it in the Sonic stall. It's a Chevy Sonic.
Yeah.
So I told them they should call it the Sonic stall. But anyway, I don't have a whole lot going on this weekend. You?
Not that I'm aware of. Not really, no. It looks like I'm sure I'm going to have to cut the grass again. Oh, and I did get, let me give you the update. I thought my doggy had been in a fight. Remember last evening I was talking about Ace that got out? Took him to the doctor today, and yeah, she went over him with a fine-tooth comb, and all the areas that I thought looked like bites, the bloody marks, and she said, it's all consistent with road rash. These are not bites. He got into something, either a car or a motorcycle. She said, obviously he didn't get hit head on. He might have been sideswiped or something by a vehicle, but I guess he's lucky to still be with me. Yeah. All road rash.
Wow.
Yep.
You know, you might want to look at PetSmart, that animal hospital that's in there, Banning.
That's where I took him.
We're on that program.
I am.
That they have, and we pay by the month. Oh, you're on the plan?
Yep, the wellness plan.
You're on that plan that they have?
Yep.
Yep. We've had pretty good luck with that. It's worked out pretty well for us. You know, you get so many free visits and x-rays and all kinds of stuff throughout the year.
Yep.
Teeth cleanings and all kinds of stuff. It seems to me it's well worth it. But, well, at least he didn't get in a fight, but I don't know if getting hit by something is any better.
Yeah.
Did they do x-rays or anything?
She said nothing's... No, they didn't do x-rays, but she felt around and there was a little bit of swelling in one of the legs, and she said, I don't know, how the hell can you tell there's bruising on a dog? All I see is hair.
Yeah, yeah, that's all I ever see, too. Our little dog has what they call those floating kneecaps, the back legs. They're not levitating kneecaps.
Levitating? Okay. Hey, I got to pause there real quick, though. Let me remind you, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is using charts put together by a Fox Business analyst to defend his firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner. In the Oval Office, Stephen Moore told Trump the fired stats chief overestimated job growth by 1.5 million jobs over the last 2 years of the Biden administration.
I don't know if might not have been an error. That's part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Trump fired Erica McIntyre after the Bureau released revised May and June reports downward, claiming she was politically motivated. The West Nile virus cases typically rise this time of year. Infectious disease specialist Donald Dumford.
You're going to be outside, apply an EPA-approved mosquito repellent.
West Nile virus is transmitted through mosquitoes and is most active through September. West Nile symptoms include fever, muscle aches, and sometimes nausea, but doctors say most people that get the virus are not going to have any symptoms at all. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here, underway. Friday coming our way. All right, real quick, I know Captain Ron probably didn't have a whole lot more for us, but yeah. So ultimately, long story short,
anyway,
the doggy gets 5 days of antibiotic. They gave us some like antiseptic wipes to wipe all the the road rash areas off with, and gave him some pain meds. She said there was some swelling, like I said, in one of the legs, but otherwise, I guess he'll be okay. No worse for the wear. But yeah, the plan you were talking about, I pay like $60 a month. And so today,
yeah, ours is.
We didn't have to pay for the office visit that would have been like $67. Just had to pay for the meds and it's ultimately it was like $130, which I guess when it comes to veterinarians, that ain't bad.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that plan has saved us a bunch of money, over the years. We've had, this is our 3rd pet on it now, but Eskimo Mom messaged me and said it's luxating kneecaps.
Okay.
And our little Yorkie poo, little 15-pound dog, till all of a sudden it'll like lock up on her, and and I'll have to reach down there and slide that kneecap back in place. I know she's fine, but I guess it's a trait for that dog.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I don't have a whole lot. It's like 79 degrees. I just left Ocala not too long ago, but Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and a big old shout out to the Beach Bum. Did Lauren Weiss had his buddy started listening. We need to get him to call in once in a while.
Yeah, Brent, I believe it was.
And get him some Hot Shot Secret.
Yeah, Brent.
But, yeah, I couldn't remember his name, but need to get him to call in, get him on the Hot Shot Secret.
That's right.
But anyway, I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll talk to you on the greatest day of the week.
Oh, the greatest day of the week. All right. Thank you much, Captain Ron. All right, we got a little more info this past day. The shooting that had taken place in Fort Stewart Army Base on Wednesday. Sergeant Cornelius Radford, who now stands accused of shooting 5 fellow soldiers. Word is he was bullied a lot over his stutter to the point of barely speaking. Police said the 28-year-old automated logistics sergeant from Jacksonville, Florida, used his personal handgun in the attack Wednesday. One fellow soldier said Radford was bullied almost as soon as he joined the Army. Cameron Barrett, also 28, said he got bullied a lot at his time at the Army's Advanced Individual Training School at Fort Lee, Virginia. It was bad to the point where he could barely talk. Luckily, all 5 of the wounded are expected to recover. 3 released on Wednesday, while 2 more, both women, were still hospitalized and being treated this past day. Radford was tackled and pinned down by First Sergeant Aaron Turner, thus preventing more soldiers from being wounded or possibly killed in the attack. There was a truck driver, though, that kind of shared his experience at Fort Stewart as he was on the base that day, interviewed by Fox News Nation this past day. And I thought we could have the audio for that, but I guess we don't. All right, so we'll try back at another time. The truck driver, Ron Peavy, said he was finishing up a delivery at the base when everything went into lockdown. Said he didn't know what was going on until everything was over, but it was really scary and alarming for about a 30-minute period. Said he was trying to exit the base to head toward Atlanta when they stopped him at the gate without explanation. The guards, he said, were agitated, unsettled. He said, I actually initially thought, probably for the first half hour almost, I thought we might have been at war or something. It was kind of reminiscent of September 11. He said everything was shut down. They finally stopped traffic so I could get turned around. When I got out of the vehicle to see why I couldn't go straight, which was the only thing I could really have done, they yelled at me to get back in the truck, told me to turn around. But that base was almost like a ghost town for a period of time there. All righty, it is 844-844-3388. You notice the long days of summer are beginning to fade away. Now, the early hints of fall starting to creep in. The impending seasonal shift already noticeable. Not the leaves just yet, but as far as the light, the summer solstice is the longest day of the year. And for North America, that was 10:42 p.m. on June the 20th. Ever since, days have been getting shorter and shorter. At first, it's just by a few seconds a day, but that change is accelerating. By the time we get into August, every day is now getting 1 to 2 minutes shorter than the day prior for many areas around the country. And that begins to add up fast. By August 31, the time between sunrise and sunset is over an hour shorter than it was on August 1st. Due to the Earth's tilt on the axis and the way the planet orbits the sun, the change is most dramatic in areas closer to the poles compared to the areas closer to the equator. But a few cities around the country, the amount of daylight lost in the month of August alone, 40 minutes in Miami, 46 minutes in the Houston area, Los Angeles, 55 minutes shorter. New York City, losing an hour and 11 minutes. Minneapolis, 84 minutes shorter. And in Seattle, a full hour and a half, 92 minutes. Daylight lost in the month of August. Days continue to shorten, and the nights perpetually grow longer until the winter solstice, which occurs about 10:03 a.m. on December the 21st. Days continue to get shorter, nights longer, almost until Christmas Day. The change of the seasons. Let me see here. Hey, Mike. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Hey, well, your audio was starting to play, and then you talked over top of it, said it wasn't playing. So
really, I wasn't hearing anything.
Hear the interview of the truck driver.
I wasn't hearing anything.
It's probably like what happens when you play Josh Malloy and we're on hold on the phone. We don't get to hear Josh Malloy on the phone, but you get to hear it on the radio. So anyways, but we were hearing it on the radio, but not. I don't know about the phone people, but yeah, I don't know about you, but it was playing out here on radio.
Well, I'll
app.
go back and let you take because I thought it was an interesting interview. You know, he was a very well-spoken truck driver. You know, it wasn't something like they didn't find the guy in the tornado that couldn't speak a lick of English. You know.
Right? Yeah. So, anyways, hey, check the time there. See how much time Anchorage, Alaska loses there in a month. But, anyways, we'll let you go, and we'll go back and listen for the audio there. You bring it back up.
All right. Thanks for the heads up there. I was trying to do that because I knew there was no one else holding at the moment. So let's take a listen.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, back on a Friday. All right, some heard it, some did not. All right, for those who didn't, I apologize. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. Well, it was supposed to take place this past day due to weather concerns. It was delayed, and that is the return of Crew 10, NASA and SpaceX delaying the return. As I said, due to weather concerns. Standing down from this past day's undocking opportunity from the International Space Station due to high winds forecast for the splashdown location off the coast of California. They're now looking to undock Crew 10's Dragon spacecraft no earlier than 6:05 p.m. Eastern here today, Friday, August 8th. According to the Post, SpaceX's Crew 10 astronauts will head home. August 8th, you can watch the action live. The Dragon capsule named Endurance, again, scheduled to undock at 6:05 p.m. Eastern. Then splashing down 17 and a half hours later, which would be 11:33 a.m. on Saturday, August 9. NASA always streams this stuff. The live stream starts at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Friday to cover the closing of the hatches between Endurance and the space station. Coverage resumes at like 5:45, 20 minutes before the actual undocking occurs. Then there's a lengthy break with the webcast picking up again Saturday, August 9 at 10:15 a.m. for coverage of the live re-entry and splashdown activities. Splashdown expected to occur Saturday at 11:33 a.m. Eastern. And that's going to be in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. NASA will also hold a post-landing press conference on Saturday at 1 in the afternoon Eastern if all goes according to plan. Now, they say none of this is set in stone. The departure date could be pushed back if bad weather crops up in the splashdown zone. But this crew 10, launched back on March 14 atop the SpaceX Falcon 9, arriving at the space station 2 days later. All right, the replacements are the 4 astronauts from SpaceX's Crew 11 mission who actually reached the orbiting lab this past Saturday morning, August the 2nd. So they've spent the last week kind of getting Crew 11 up to speed, acclimated with their new home for the next however many days it's going to be. And all right, back at it at 844-844-3388. Selling America. Are we setting ourselves up for failure? The Brazilian entrepreneur, this was a breakdown from FreightWaves this past day, Ricardo Faria, known as the Egg King, has acquired one of America's largest egg producers, Hillendale Farms, for $1.1 billion through his Global Eggs company. The deal wrapped up in May, but it marks another significant foreign acquisition in the U.S. food sector that kind of follows a pattern that we've seen with Smithfield Foods, sold to China's WH Group in 2013. Anheuser-Busch, acquired by the Belgian-Brazilian InBev in 2008. But this acquisition at an important time when egg prices have been very volatile due to repeated bird flu outbreaks, supply chain disruptions, fires at some major production facilities. For the freight industry, this sale represents a shift in control over one of the most transportation-intensive food products in the country. Hillendale Farms ranks as the 4th largest egg producer in the United States, housing some 18.34 million layers across production facilities in the Northeast, Midwest, and Southeast. What made them unique in the industry was their fully vertically integrated operations. The company controlled everything from breeding chickens and producing feed to transportation and distribution. Hillendale operates a fleet of about 250 trailers to transport eggs throughout New England from Maine down to the Carolinas, with about 40 trucks and 100 trailers primarily traveling major highways through large cities. This extensive transportation network moves millions of dozens of eggs weekly to major retailers and distributors. They're a big player in food freight. Their transportation-intensive model extends beyond just egg delivery. As a fully integrated operation, Hillendale also manages feed transportation from the mills to the farms, live chicken transport between facilities, equipment and supply distribution, waste and byproduct hauling. This sale continues a trend of foreign control over critical U.S. food infrastructure. China now controls more than a quarter of U.S. pig production through Smithfield Foods, while Brazil-based JBS has a 14% market share, meaning two foreign companies control 2/5 of U.S. pig production. This deal will double global eggs production output, giving the combined company 2024 revenue of about $2 billion. As part of the acquisition, the Brazilian investment bank BTG Pactual will invest $300 million in Global Eggs in exchange for an 11% stake. Unlike the Smithfield acquisition, which faced a lot of political resistance, this sale has not really seen any mainstream media coverage, despite occurring actually during that time of skyrocketing egg prices. Hillendale has faced some significant operational challenges in recent years that probably influenced the sales decision. The Ohio facilities were hit hard by bird flu outbreaks, resulted in the culling of roughly 3 million chickens. Catastrophic fires in early 2023, a fire at Hillendale's Connecticut facility killed an estimated 100,000 hens. The companies permanently shut down their Turner, Maine operations last December, citing the high cost of doing business in Maine and the expense of feed transportation. Since 2015, that Maine facility has scaled down production by nearly 2/3, from 2.3 million birds to under 500,000. These setbacks contributed to the broader egg supply issues that have been plaguing the American consumer. At one point, wholesale egg prices reached as high as $8.16 a dozen earlier this year, before we've seen price stabilization. All right, interesting breakdown underway, rolling into a Friday. What do you say? It is 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. Tell is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tell360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Miami federal judge has ordered a temporary pause on construction at the immigration detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz.
The ruling is a victory for the Miccosukee tribe and the Friends of the Everglades Environmental Advocacy Group, who are calling for a shutdown of the facility until an environmental study can be completed. District Judge Kathleen Williams issued a temporary order blocking any construction at the site for 2 weeks after hearing 2 days of testimony. The Trump administration is still able to house the detainees at the facility during the construction pause. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Remains from 3 more victims of the 9/11 terror attacks in New York have been identified.
The only building
exploding right now, Tommy. We're seeing another.
Apparently, that was another plane. We have
the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner says Ryan Fitzgerald of Floral Park, New York, Barbara Keating of Palm Springs, California, and a woman whose name is being withheld have been matched with remains using advanced DNA technology and new samples from family members. About 40% of the people who were killed at the World Trade Center site on 9/11 still have not been identified. The medical examiner's office continues to test remains. Scott Pringle, New York.
A man is facing legal trouble after throwing a sex toy that struck a 9-year-old girl and her uncle at a WNBA game.
18-year-old Caden Lopez was booked into Maricopa County Jail on suspicion of disorderly conduct, assault, and public display of explicit sexual material during a game between the Connecticut Sun and the Mercury in Phoenix on Tuesday. Lopez reportedly told officers that he was sorry and was following a stupid prank that was trending on social media. According to court documents, the adult male victim was interviewed and said he desires prosecution. In Phoenix, I'm at Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 224 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 5 points, and the Nasdaq gained 73 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
There's been a recent increase in bear sightings across the state of Mississippi.
A report from the Mississippi Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks says there have been multiple sightings of black bears in rural areas of DeSoto and Tishomingo counties between early May and mid-July. However, the department also said the sightings may have been of the same adult male bear. The agency said this is the time of year black bears typically leave their birth ranges to look for mates and food ahead of the fall and winter seasons. John Summers, USA Radio News.
2 suspects in a Linwood, Washington coin store theft allegedly committed a similar crime in Portland.
The women used a hand trick to steal a $3,400 gold coin from a store in Portland. Their photos matched suspects in a similar theft at a store in Linwood where police had identified them. 30-year-old Flavia Avram and 29-year-old Ariana Montine have warrants for their arrests in Washington and Oregon. If you see them, police say call 911 and don't approach them. I'm Brad Ford.
Authorities are investigating a bomb threat at a St. Charles, Illinois hotel where Texas Democrats are staying.
Police say hundreds of people were evacuated yesterday from the Q Center following the bomb threat. No explosive devices were found. The lawmakers fled to Illinois to stop Republicans from voting to redraw the map that would give them 5 more pickup opportunities ahead of 2026. Democrats have blasted the move, which they say could suppress the votes of people of color. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
All right, would you looky there? We are rolling into a Friday. Time zone to time zone, we will turn the page on the calendar. 8th day of August. Yes, the greatest day of the week. Friday. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios around the country. As always, it is 844-844-3388. What do we have going on? Yeah, it's obviously the kind of thing that's happening all around the country. Locally, regionally, I guess we should say, there's a waste operation known as Rumpke, which has expanded. One of the largest waste haulers in the country. Some bigger than others, but everybody has a trash collector out there, right? Landfill somewhere. In our area, there were headlines, some recent fires at facilities, prompting warnings to residents. Rumpke officials said a fire at their new $100 million recycling facility in Columbus, Ohio, last month. It was sparked by a lithium-ion cell phone battery. It's becoming more and more of a problem at landfills, in trash collection trucks. Everywhere you turn, lithium-ion batteries. Our lawn equipment, right? Your weed eaters, your blower, all these things are now available with batteries. And I can attest, I had the first battery for my, what kind was that? The weed eater, the first 40-volt battery stopped holding the charge. Well, what do? You're not supposed to throw it in the trash. Now, Rumpke says, fortunately, we were able to address this one quickly. Didn't experience any damage at the facility. No one injured. Rumpke said the fire at the Columbus facility was actually their 9th in the month of July. 9 fires in 1 month. They said in Cincinnati, our recycling facility experienced 3 fires this month. All were minor in scope, but all were caused by lithium-ion batteries. We're trying to warn residents of the dangers of placing batteries in either trash or recycling bins. A lot of people think if you put it in the recycle, that's okay. They can recycle them, right? We know residents make curbside decisions on their waste. Batteries do not have a curbside solution. You can't put them in either the trash or recycle. Now, they shared that many Staples locations, Batteries Plus, and hardware stores actually have collection programs to properly dispose of lithium-ion batteries. And they've partnered with several other operations here locally, setting up recycling hubs to set up battery collection programs Yeah, in some cases, local fire stations may have that. So, long story short, anywhere around the country, it's going to be the same issue. Do not throw discarded lithium-ion batteries. And if I understand, like the one I tossed, even if it's not holding a charge, I guess they can still cause issues when they get crushed at those facilities. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with, I believe Buckwheat joins us here on a casual Friday. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I forgot yesterday I wanted to say about another dog story I had. When we had a dog, Siberian Husky, I had her bred and had some puppies, and right when the puppies were about ready to be weaned, but they still needed the mom, and she got out. And she went off for another run, and we found her in the neighbor's cornfield. But you know how dogs are; she would run a little bit, and she would just stay away from you. And so I finally got to the point where I was running alongside of her, like the corn was harvested, and she was like 2 rows over, and that's about as close as I could get. But we were running the same direction, and and all of a sudden I decided, well, I'm going to lunge for her. And I lunged for her to grab her. And of course, I hit the ground and got corn stubbles in my mouth. And I was like, and I rolled over and I was like, oh, man, she's long gone now. And I turned over and there she was laying right beside me. So it worked out pretty good. But, Captain Ron there always says that Monday's the greatest day of the week.
Yes.
I think Ashton Mario Kart would argue with him because he thinks today's the greatest day of the week. Because today's his 19th birthday.
Really? How about that?
19 years.
Happy birthday, Ashton Mario Kart.
19 years ago. Yeah, so, I remember when he was born there, we were, the doctor came in and and I was with the nurse, Supreme Wheat there had a C-section, so while they were finishing her up, I went up with the nurse, and she was they were doing the normal observation of the baby, and so she was like a training nurse, and she was just telling me all different types of things that they were looking for, the baby, and she said about the Simone crease and the hands, and she looked at the one hand on her side, and she said, it don't have that. And he said, if we see that, we'll look for Down syndrome. And I looked at the hand that was towards me. Well, Simone crease is in that. But anyhow, she was saying also about the baby's ears. If there was deformation in the baby's ears, they would look at the kidneys then, because the ears and the kidneys get formed at the same time in the womb. And it was really nice seeing her and listening to her, all the stuff she was saying. And then after Supreme Wheat came back to her room and I was with her, the baby was still, we send the baby back to the nursery, and they come in and say, Ashton there turned blue. But they got it straightened out, and they also noticed some stuff that they wanted to do a chromosome test to see if he has Down syndrome. Well, right away, as a parent, you don't want to hear that. So I was praying that, it wouldn't happen that way, that Ashton wouldn't have Down syndrome. And the following morning in my devotions, I read about when Saul went to kill the Amalekites, and he kept a couple of the good stuff for sacrifices, the animals and that. And Samuel came to see him, and he says, what's this noise I hear? He said, Saul said the people kept the animals. And then Samuel said, obedience is better than sacrifice. And so I was thinking about this, and I can remember the exact place where I was at the Arizona Bridge, approaching that, getting into New York, and it dawned on me that with me praying that Ashton don't have Down syndrome, that means that I am rebelling against what God wants. And so I decided, all right, we'll change our prayer, and we'll ask God to make sure that the baby's healthy. And, and so the test came back that he does have Down syndrome, and it was easy to accept that. But one of the other things that me and my wife were, we had 2 other families in our church that had children with Down syndrome. And we have fellowship meals at our church, and one time while she was expecting him, we were going to a fellowship meal, and we were standing at the church, top of the steps, and one of the families were in front of us, and the thought just passed through my mind, and also passed through Steph's mind at the same time, like, having a Down syndrome child wouldn't be too bad, and needless to say, 6 months later, we had one.
Wow.
So it's amazing how God works out in your life. It don't mean that everything works according to the way you have planned, but it all works out. In the trucking life, we all deal with stuff that don't go according to plan. And on Tuesday, I was climbing out of the back of my trailer, and I had a new trailer, and it didn't have a step where my trailer does. And I missed the step. And next thing I knew, I'm laying on the ground looking up, laying on my back. And I rolled over, and I was seeing stars, and I was like, oh man, this is not good. But, the last 3 nights I slept the best I ever did, because it seems like my back's back in position where it had a good chiropractor treatment. So, so I guess I got lucky, and things do work out, But, so we're on our way to the Big Old Apple again. Got tackleberries, sandwich meat, pig meat, pork, and all kinds of stuff on this trailer today.
Here we are, keeping the Bronx fed, right?
Well, exactly. Yeah, people get hungry up there just like I do. So, anyhow, we'll listen in and we'll speak at you later.
All right. Thanks for sharing. Very interesting breakdown on that. You kind of wonder how it feels to go through something like that. And happy 19th birthday to young, getting older, Ashton. Mario Kart. All right, plenty of room for you here as we get a new day underway, a Friday. 844-3388.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Meanwhile, Love's Travel Centers has announced the launch of a new alternative energy brand. Apparently, the opening of a compressed natural gas station in Fresno, California. The CNG station, located along the Highway 99 corridor in Fresno, it is unmanned. There are no driver amenities. The CNG station is considered what they call a card lock location. So customers have to have a pre-approved card in order to purchase compressed natural gas. The station, they say, is available for use by fleets 24/7. Utilizing high-speed dispensers, the CNG station also tracks every detail of the CNG transaction, providing that data to fleet managers. The Fresno station is the first to be opened under the new Love's Alternative Energy brand, but it is one of 106 Love's CNG stations now in the U.S. and Canada. The Fresno station addresses a growing demand for lower carbon fueling options for commercial trucking, refuse, and transit fleets in that particular part of the country. All right, a vice president of Love's Alternative Energy said this self-serving fueling facility gives our compressed natural gas fleet customers the ability to fuel on their own schedule, competitive pricing, easy maneuvering for larger vehicles, and comprehensive reporting on fuel consumption. And, of course, the location supports California's climate goals as they target carbon neutrality. Okay, I don't know how widespread is the CNG trucks become? I mentioned we have our local trash hauler. There was a time a couple of years ago where, my local guy was operating one of the compressed natural gas trash trucks. And it seemed like week after week, I'd stand out there and chat with them, and he was telling me about the issues, the problems. Like the damn thing spent more time broke down than it did actually out there picking up trash. But all right, meanwhile, Plowboy on a Friday, what's on slate for your weekend?
Working. Trying to get some more Fords built so they go somewhere. I don't know where, but they're going out of here somewhere. Got a question. You know how everybody is so happy. We were just talking about what Rumpke was having a fire because of the
batteries.
Lithium-ion batteries.
Mm-hmm.
Can they go back and gig this Green Initiative months for whatever the damage it caused? Because, if you have an idea, it comes to action and somebody gets hurt, somebody's going to come to you with a lawyer in the lawsuit. How about grabbing all these, basically your liberal initiative bunch, George Soros' company, and just sue the pants off them yahoos and build back what was lost in the fires? Just an idea. I got a bone. You don't like to mix gas in your sack of oil together for your weed eater, so you got to put a battery in it? Does that even smell like a weed eater?
I don't have any gas powered. I've actually got my son got me believe it or not, an electric snow broom. It's not a snow blower. It's more or less a snow broom, but I got the battery operated drill, got the battery operated leaf blower, got the battery operated hedge trimmer. Not that I'm a greenie kind of guy, but I mean, it's the Ryobi stuff they're pretty good equipment.
Are they? Oh,
yeah.
Knock it off then, but I just can't imagine firing up a chainsaw without smelling that gas burning in the middle of it.
I don't have a chainsaw. I don't know that I'd have an electric chainsaw.
Damn. Who would have ever thought the judges would have got that project and Alligator Alcatraz put on hold again?
Yeah, I saw that. Federal judge. It's an Obama appointee, so it's just more of the same old. Anything you can do to try to hinder or slow any progress from this administration.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. Last question before I get off here, Steve. Have we heard anything about that driver out in Texas that normally calls you here in the last 4 or 5 days?
I don't know. We have not heard from the American Eagle this week. Hope everything's okay with him.
Would you think he might? Well, of course, he might be driving a bus that's got all the Democrats over in Illinois. He's waiting on her to return.
Oh.
Just kind of curious. All right. I'm sorry. I forgot this is a casual Friday. Talk to you later.
All right. Have a good weekend, blah, blah. Yeah, we haven't heard from. It's kind of unusual, but maybe he took a few days off. Who knows? Maybe he's under the weather. Never can tell. About a minute before a couple minutes till news break. Bottom of the hour here. Under the headline of more winning with the Trump administration, Apple's CEO Tim Cook announcing at the White House that his company will be investing an additional $100 billion with a B in the U.S. economy on top of the $500 billion they previous committed to invest over the next 4 years. This was actually during an Oval Office visit with President Trump, stating that Apple supports 450,000 American jobs with suppliers and partners in all 50 states. I'm very proud to say that today we are committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years. He noted his company has recently entered into agreements with 10 U.S. companies to build Apple component parts. I'm proud to say Apple is leading the creation of an end-to-end silicon supply chain right here in America, from design to equipment to wafer production to fabrication to packaging, he says. He kind of recounted that back during Trump's first term, he was working to bring some of the Taiwan-based microchip builders to the U.S. We'll pick up there with more following the news break. Veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with TEL. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Miami federal judge has ordered a temporary pause on construction at the immigration detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz.
The ruling is a victory for the Miccosukee tribe and the Friends of the Everglades Environmental Advocacy Group, who are calling for a shutdown of the facility until an environmental study can be completed. District Judge Kathleen Williams issued a temporary order blocking any construction at the site for 2 weeks after hearing 2 days of testimony. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Remains from 3 more victims of of the 9/11 terror attacks in New York have been identified.
The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner says Ryan Fitzgerald of Floral Park, New York, Barbara Keating of Palm Springs, California, and a woman whose name is being withheld have been matched with remains using advanced DNA technology and new samples from family members. About 40% of the people who were killed at the World Trade Center site on 9/11 still have not been identified. Scott Pringle, New York.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Friday, TGIF. No, that does not mean toes go in first. Right-wing nut. Thank God it's Friday. Greatest day of the week. Talk about long time no talk. Would that be Dusty Chrome?
You got it, Pontiac.
How the heck you been, brother?
Oh, hanging in, hanging on, hanging out. Just doing my thing and trying to put pieces back together and start all over again, whatever. But, yeah, just sitting there. I've had a few days off. Now it's time to go back to work. You were talking about CNG stations, card locks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Husky truck stop there in Windsor now has one. They put in millions of dollars in that place this past year, repaving the lots and everything else, and redoing the restaurant, and they put it in the CNG station there, which is a card lock. And the Flying J in London now has a CNG station as well. So it's spreading around.
So how many CNG trucks are out there? I mean, my thinking is most of them are like the trash trucks and local type. Are there CNG trucks doing any long distance or regional work, or do you know?
I've seen a few doing regional, but not too many. Like you say, more of the municipal trucks or whatever, right? And I've seen the occasional day cab that obviously he's doing regional because he hasn't got a sleeper. So
okay.
But it's growing.
Okay. I mean, if they're going to invest in building a refueling station, I'm assuming that they try to put them in. There has to be some local demand if you're going to put it in there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like it's kind of costly to have it done, right? But, yeah, like you say, they do obviously have some kind of demand for it, and plus the fact that it's an item that CNG power is, I guess, less expensive for the businesses. Me, I'll stick to diesel, thank you.
I hear you.
At least with diesel, I can see it if it's overflowing, right? But CNG, right, like natural gas, you can't see it, but it's overflowing. When it's out there, yeah. And what's wrong with Ryobi? There's nothing wrong with Ryobi.
I like Ryobi. I think that's quality stuff.
Now I have a battery powered 6-inch chainsaw, but my most used implement from Ryobi, I got battery powered bolt cutters.
Really?
For cutting the bolts off the bed. Yeah. I could use the standard ones, right? But like that's a little more work than you should really have to do. But I've got Ryobi leaf blowers because I use them instead of sweeping out trailers. I use a leaf blower. Especially on the refrigerated units, right, with the fluted floors.
Yep.
You can't get a broom down in the grooves there, but that blower works pretty good. So saves me time or work.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main thing. Work smarter, not harder. But listener of yours there, Ed. Hello, Ed. Anyways, he's getting on me. Asking me if I've been listening to you in that there, and occasionally I do when I remember. But my well, let's put it this way, right? For the hours I run it that late at night, I just get into it, and then it's time to park the truck and make my dinner, and then go to bed.
Is your pal
still out here?
Is Captain Cliff still driving the truck, or is he just full-time karaoke now, or what?
No, karaoke ho? Yeah. Yeah, he's still driving.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Every now and then, right, when I get stuck down there at our drop yard in Brownstown, Michigan, right, you know, we'll get together and we'll go out and visit a few of his karaoke haunts or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just go, basically support the host and, you know, hop from this karaoke bar to another one and sing a few here, a couple there, and enjoy yourself.
Right.
But he's still hanging in there.
Okay.
But and he also does a karaoke thing on a Saturday night in a bar there in I guess it's Detroit, could be Detroit, part of Detroit, anyways. But right now he's on a summertime break from the karaoke bar, right? Because they focus more on baseball teams coming in and watching sports and stuff. So
gotcha.
Come September or something like that, there he'll be back at it every Saturday night.
Yeah.
Meadows Bar there, and I think it's off Wick Road there, east of Telegraph somewhere, or west of Telegraph. But yeah. Every now and then when he doesn't know it, you know, I get in the yard, I got time, right? So I'll take an Uber up and torment him and sing a few and then make him drive me back down to the yard. Of course, we got to stop at Baskin and Robbins for our nighttime snack.
I see him on, you know, I see him like on Facebook and whatnot. And he shows where he's got his, I guess, after karaoke, got his coffee and his donuts and all that stuff. So.
Yep. Well, we go in there and he torments the manager. I walk in, he looks at me, he looks at the door, he's all right, where's your brother? Yeah, my brother from another mother.
Yes, sir.
But it's all good. It's all good. I know he doesn't have, he could listen to you on his phone. I don't know if he's got the app or not. I'll have to check with him.
Yeah. It's very simple to download. OvernightDriveRadio.com, you know. Apple Store, iPhone, whatever.
Yeah, he's got one of their silly Apple phones, all right. I'll stick with my Android, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
He got all upset because apparently Apple turned around and told him that if his phone wasn't 5G, it would not be supported. So he goes out and gets a new phone, and he dislikes that very immensely because it's not like his other phone, and it's not performing the way his Apple did. It is I don't know if it's an Apple phone, all right, but it is. It's not an Android; it's an iOS phone.
Okay,
so
yeah.
Who knows? I told him, take it back. You know, you don't like it, you know, you bought it. You don't like it, take it back. It doesn't perform the way you want it to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you paid good money for it, take it back. Get a different one. But oh well, things don't change; they remain the same, right?
That's it. Constantly changing. Well, Dusty, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in there. Are we ever going to get something? Are we going to get our trade differences between the Canadians and the USA worked out?
Well, let's put it this way. The way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if every country that get nailed for tariffs turn around and decides to counteract the same way. Because, you know, there's a lot of stuff moving both ways from the U.S., you know, like materials for other countries that manufacture products that will be exported back to the U.S. You know, like we want things faster, we want them smaller, and we want them cheaper. That's the way, you know, the society's been geared over the years. And now, you know, like you got countries that are, you know, like saying, you know what? I don't think I'm going to play your game. So it's a matter now, all right? We'll see what happens when he puts in the higher tariffs, all right? And who's going to rebel and who's not.
Exactly.
Otherwise, Otherwise, I figure, the way it's going, somewhere along the line, better keep your eye on the horizon, all right? Because you just might end up with a full-fledged recession. Because it all comes down to the consumer's going to pay the difference. That's you, me, and everybody else, not the big companies, because they just pass it on to us. But that's all right. What will be, will be.
That's it. Well, the one good thing I saw was, I think it was the last evening before, I guess it's something like 80%. Was it 80% of the products trade between the U.S. and Canada are covered by the USMCA, U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trade Agreement. So there's not an overwhelming amount of products actually being tariffed. But all right, let me back to Tim Cook and another $100 billion investment. He kind of recounted that during Trump's first term, he was working to bring the Taiwan-based microchip builder TSMC to Phoenix, Arizona, by committing to be their largest customer. And the company is producing millions of chips for Apple products now. He also pointed out that Apple is working with the glass manufacturer Corning in the Bluegrass State to build the world's largest and most advanced smartphone glass production line. Every single new iPhone and every single new Apple Watch sold anywhere in the world, he says, will contain cover glass made in Kentucky. He also outlined some artificial intelligence infrastructure and investments the company's making in various states. We deeply believe in the promise of this great nation, he says. Thank you all, and thank you, President Trump, for putting American innovation and American jobs front and center. He then presented Trump with a plaque that was made from the new smartphone glass that was produced in Kentucky. He said it was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, who works at Apple now. He designed it for you, he said. The base for the plaque came out of Utah, made of 24-karat gold. Trump went on to say that the announcement from Apple is evidence that the company is, in his words, coming home. Apple has made many of its products in China, but the new tariff regime that Trump has put in place is incentivizing companies to bring their manufacturing into the USA.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Quick update. Looks like there was yet another ambush sort of scenario involving law enforcement, this time in Pennsylvania. A suspect who ambushed and shot 2 Pennsylvania state troopers Thursday died, and the troopers were hospitalized. The attack took place in the rural area near Thompson shortly after 11 a.m., according to state police. Governor Shapiro met with one of the wounded officers in a hospital. Both troopers said to be in stable condition. Corporal Paris said the 2 troopers, whose full names were not immediately released, were dispatched on a welfare check. And there was additional information about shots being fired. Upon arrival, they were immediately fired upon and ambushed, he said. They're lucky to be alive. One trooper applying a tourniquet to another. A third trooper was able to help rescue them. State police spokesperson said the location was along Route 71 near the village of Thompson. It's about 163 miles north of Philadelphia. The deputy coroner said shortly after 3 in the afternoon she was on her way to where the shooting occurred. Authorities didn't indicate whether there was more than one person dead when they asked the coroner's office to respond. But I can tell you that the actor is deceased and more information will be released. She said the troopers' police vehicles were hit by multiple bullets. Let's see. U.S. Representative Bob Bresnahan said that he's relieved to hear the troopers involved are expected to be okay. Stable condition at this point in time, but law enforcement ambush situations happening all too often. Knucklebuster on a Friday. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm walking in the door of my house right now, buddy.
So for you, it's the greatest day of the week.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I just ain't been paying attention. I was talking to my brother last night, and he mentioned Carol Fulmer went out of
the trucking company that went out of business last week. And I think Knucklebuster, he went in the house and lost his cell. Are you with me? Nope. Like flipping a light switch. Well, all right, so his greatest day of the week is underway. Short night over for the Knucklebuster. And it's 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. What do we have? A trucking company official accused of felony forgery as the investigation into a fatal pileup. This is an update. Remember the crash on Interstate 20 in Texas several weeks ago, late June, actually. The June 20 crash in Kaufman County, Texas. It claimed the lives of 5 people after the 27-year-old truck driver admittedly fell asleep at the wheel. Now, Kaufman County law enforcement has issued an arrest warrant for an official with the trucking company involved in that incident. That was the trucking company Hope Trans. According to the local Fox affiliate, the investigation into the trucking company revealing discrepancies with address and ownership, and multiple former drivers having accused the company of pressuring them to falsify logbooks, backdate paperwork, and exceed hours of service regulations. The unnamed Hope Trans official has now been indicted on a felony forgery charge. Officials believe this official is responsible for falsifying the semi-truck's registration. The Hope Trans employee has not been named pending his arrest, they say. Officials say they're hoping he'll actually turn himself in. But the truck driver, Gonzales Campagnoni, is currently being held on a $2.5 million bond, scheduled to appear in court on August the 11th, so Monday, for a bond reduction hearing. Guess he's been in custody since the incident there in late June. But all right, shady companies doing shady business. Knucklebuster, take two. You just disappeared on us.
I ain't much telling around here. So, now, I didn't know that Carol Fulmer Logistics had gone out of business. That was news to me. There,
yeah.
Right? They went out 71 years of business. Oh. It's what? All state wants $681. Well, they like to stand in line, right?
So you walk in the door and you start opening You walked in the door and started opening your bills, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What was laying here on the table, my granddaughter brought it in yesterday.
Okay.
So, I got people looking out for me. I'll have Ziggy this weekend, so him and I are going to have a good time together. My daughter keeps him the rest of the time. So, but anyway, I just wanted to chime in, say have a great weekend. A Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers. Y'all have a great weekend, buddy. I'm gonna call this thing a day. Get me a hot shower and something to eat.
There you go. All right.
And I might call in that lonely shower if I'm still awake.
All right. Well, if not, we'll talk to you next week. If we do, we'll talk to you then. Thank you very much. There you go, Knucklebuster Semper Fi. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Will they or will they not show up for their subpoenas? Former President Bill Clinton, former First Lady Hillary, supposedly being warned, don't play legal games and defy the subpoena to the House panel about the dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, we know the Epstein case roared out of the dustbin of history last month after the Department of Justice memo said they had no list of clients and no further records forthcoming. What has Bill and Hillary and a number of others been told? We'll tell you coming up here. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at Digit.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country intends to take full control of the Gaza Strip, but not retain it. He sat down with Fox News 2 months ahead of the 2-year anniversary of the start of the war with Hamas.
We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life.
Netanyahu says the only way for a different future for Gaza is with the removal of Hamas, which he called a neo-Nazi army. He also claims Hamas is behind the starvation in Gaza, and Israel is trying to change that. The U.S. has pledged to help open more aid centers in Gaza. President Trump's sweeping tariffs went into effect just after midnight Eastern.
Import taxes are going to reach levels not seen in the country in almost 100 years, with over 60 countries and the European Union facing rates of 15% or more. A wide variety of products will be hit, ranging from appliances, cars, food, and furniture. In a post on Truth Social just after things went into effect, Trump said billions of dollars are now flowing into the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The FBI has agreed to help track down a group of Texas Democrats who fled the state in protest of redistricting. The request was made by Senator John Cornyn.
We cannot allow these rogue legislators to avoid their constitutional responsibilities and make a mockery out of Texas.
FBI agents will be assisting state troopers who were ordered by the governor to arrest those involved in the quorum break. Civil warrants have been issued, but local law enforcement cannot make arrests outside the state. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 224 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 5 points, and the Nasdaq gained 73 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Legionella bacteria is confirmed to be in the water system at Dearborn, Michigan's Allegria Village Retirement Home.
It was found after 2 residents contracted Legionnaire's disease in June and July, both of them dying. Emergency measures are implemented. Residents have been given refillable 1-gallon jugs for cooking, cleaning, and bathing. Staff also urging residents not to use showers and other high-risk water sources. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Tulsa's Area Emergency Management Director has been arrested on 1 felony count of possession of child pornography. Tulsa County Sheriff Vic Regaldo says a tip about a messaging app account with possible child pornography led to the arrest of Joe Kralishek.
During the course of this ensuing investigation, numerous images and videos consistent with violations of Oklahoma's child pornography laws were found on the social media account that was linked to Mr. Kralishek through an IP address.
Kralishek was arrested at his home. Deputies say he was shocked and asked for an attorney. He has served as director since March 2018. An arson investigation is underway at the Yakima Ice Facility.
Gerson Castaneda Pache was being taken from the airport to the Northwest Ice Processing Center in Tacoma. He was previously arrested in California following a domestic violence conviction. He was in the backseat of a car when he ran and eluded ICE agents. Homeland Security officers responded to the airport and located Castaneda Pache near the airport's rideshare pickup area. He is charged with escape from custody. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here we go, rolling into a Friday, another hour underway. Let's turn the page on the calendar, 8th day of August. And by the way, keep in mind, for those who like to do some stargazing, maybe catch the occasional shooting star, the Perseid meteor shower has been underway. We're just a couple days away from the peak of the Perseid meteor shower. And of course, right now, with the moon nearly full, over the coming days, it make it more difficult. But now between now, August 8th and August 10th, anywhere from 5 to 20 meteors per hour. The peak is on the 12th of August. So like next Tuesday. And you say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, anywhere from 20 to 40 would be visible per hour. Then 14th through the 16th, back down to, say, 5 to 20 per hour. So anywhere over the weekend here, if you've got the clear skies, especially if you can get away from the city lights, Perseid meteor shower, which more often than not lives up to its expectations. Pretty good show. So check it out. Meanwhile, it's Friday, TGIF. It's 844-844-3388. All right, Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So, yeah, it was a good interview there, that truck driver there. You don't always get the best interviews on some of those newscasts. Sometimes they go more for the dramatic effect than the actual reporting of what actually happened.
Well, you got to. So, I think it was heard on the app. There was no Facebook or YouTube. So hey, we got dead air.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it did work on the Android app. I can verify that. So, anyways. Yeah, so I was just actually pulling in to make a delivery at that point, which we successfully completed because, well, you didn't see a big orange glow in the sky. and a mushroom cloud. So we got that. But anyways, hey, if you ever wondered there, I was kind of curious because I never remember the numbers. But so 1 liquid gallon of propane. So your little barbecue tank there holds somewhere in the neighborhood of four liquid gallons, because it's about 4.5 pounds a gallon, and they call it a 20-pound cylinder. And so anyways, one liquid gallon of propane works out to about 37 cubic feet of vapor. So you can just imagine what that is. And my little tank that I drag down the road there, if you hooked it up to your propane grill, probably last you, I don't know, 10, 12 years without any problem. Maybe even a couple of the neighbors could hook on. But yeah, I usually deliver somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000 gallons when I go in and make my delivery. So what is that? 37 times 37,000. I don't know. It's a lot. 370,000. I don't know. It's a lot, Your Honor.
It's a bunch.
It's huge. Yeah, it's huge. So yeah, when you're there on the propane loading rack there and you're smoking your cigarette there, just remember there what happens when you strike your Zippo. Hey, you know, if you use a Zippo lighter, they guarantee those not to blow out, right?
Yeah, they don't live up to that guarantee. I can tell you that.
They don't do that anymore?
Yeah.
All right. I remember. Hey, you used to carry a Zippo lighter at one time, though, didn't you?
I still do.
You still do? So did you ever figure out how to flip it open with one hand and be able to light it with one hand? Pretty much the same.
I'm not the fancy Zippo
process?
guy. No, never did.
All right. Just checking.
I'm just the old man with the Zippo.
All right. Down there to, what is it? Kings, what it's not, you don't have Kings Dominion, that's here by DC. What's yours? Kings Island.
Kings Island,
you guys have? Yeah, you just sit there on the bench and watch everybody on the rides now?
That's pretty much it. I mean, there's very little that I will venture to actually, I don't think you could convince me to get on the Beast anymore. No siree.
Yeah, we've pretty much given up pretty much wooden roller coasters everywhere. The shock factor in the vertebrae of the neck there, they don't
Right?
seem to care for that much anymore. Yeah, you get off there and they're a little sore in the neck when you get done playing with those wooden ones now. But so when you get to walk around the park there, you have to pay for the privilege of just sitting on the bench and watching everybody else have the enjoyment of standing in line for 3 hours.
Absolutely.
To ride a 2-minute ride.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyways, we got some family down from New York, and they're all headed up to the sweetest place on earth later in the day today. And,
Hershey Park?
I decided that's the one. And actually, they just had their first fatality there, Your Honor. Did you catch that?
No.
A little while back. I don't know. It's been a couple weeks or whatever. But so anyways, they're another one there that you have to, even if you don't ride the rides, you have to pay for the enjoyment of just going in and sitting and watching everybody else have the enjoyment of standing in line for 2 or 3 hours waiting to get on the rides. And so anyways, I forget what they told me the price was now for that. But I know the wife said that they were looking into the aquarium, because we have the National Aquarium here in Baltimore, which is another one of those places I've got to the point that I don't have any real need to go to anymore, even though I do like going. But anyways, did you know the National Aquarium charges $50 a person to get in? And that's the adult rate. The seniors are a little bit less. Kids are like 40, I think. But so we got, if the entourage that we have went to go down there, there's 5 adults and 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 4 kids. So 4 kids at $40 is $160. 5 adults at 50 is $250. Well, we get a senior discount for one there, so mark it down to probably $240 and $160. That's $400 for admission to the National Aquarium.
Wow.
And then you got two vehicles of parking, which last I knew parking was like $15, but I think it's actually up to $20 now, depending on time of day. They charge different rates for. So I think it's $20 for park. So there's 2 more vehicles. So now you're pushing $500 just to go to the aquarium.
Yep.
And that doesn't include you're there, you got to get something to eat because all the kids get hungry. So now you got to buy something to eat in the snack bar.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the snack bar is right next to the gift shop.
The crap shop.
And now you're up to $700 just to go for one day at the aquarium, Your Honor. What is? I don't know, Your Honor. And the ball games weren't much better. Ball game prices, they weren't much better. And I don't know what else did we had some. Oh, the Baltimore Zoo. The Baltimore Zoo is $30 or $40 a person to get in. It's just gone crazy down. All these places to get in. I don't know. So I guess what you really got to look at is maybe going to the National Zoo down in D.C. I believe that's still free to get into. Legal United States citizens or people with green cards or something, or people that are legally allowed in the country. And I think some of the Smithsonians I think the Smithsonians are still free to get in, but the big thing about the Smithsonians is that they're actually like the national parks. A lot of the national parks are timed entry.
Mm-hmm.
You actually have to get a pass for a certain entry time now, so you got to do all that in advance online and everything. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you. Got kind of some moon sticking out there. We haven't had real bright, sunshiny days there. I guess the Canadian smoke must be making a good haze over here. So actually, days have been pretty comfortable here, but. So you were mentioning something the other day there about temperatures possibly going back towards the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean the smoke is going to clear out and the sun is actually going to be able to actually get back to us now? That is going to increase the temperature that much, or are we still going to have the skies shaded with the smoke to actually prevent us from getting so blistering?
The haze is going to be sticking around. Humidity's going to be going back up too. You'll notice that.
Oh yeah, we always love that. It's a dry humidity, Your Honor. You don't notice it, right? Not. Anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about all we got here on a casual Friday. I don't know. I don't think I left anything else there with your superintendent of calls in charge, did I? I don't know. I can't remember.
Something about
a long time ago.
What was your sentiments on Corning there in Kentucky, the glass?
Corning, absolutely. Yeah, so, of course, being from upstate New York, the home of Corning, New York, which is where Corning glass had its origination, and, of course, all the cookware you used to use was Corningware, and made a lot of dinnerware dishes and everything. And I guess I didn't realize they'd had a facility down in Kentucky there for making the smartphone glass. That's pretty impressive. But I've actually got to tour the facility there a couple times. Once way back when I was a little kid, and a couple times since then. But that's a pretty interesting place, and the technology that's in that place that, to make the glass, different styles and types of glass they do, and the performance level of what that glass does. I mean, you look at what your Corning bakeware glass does, to stick it in an oven at 400 degrees and actually be able to bring it out and set it on a counter and not have it break, and then put it through a dishwasher and everything else that it does. It's pretty amazing stuff. So, but they're pretty smart people there at that place. But yeah, so kind of a little nostalgia there coming back talking about that. And so anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you there. Of course, I guess we did learn one thing tonight. If you live, I believe it's Olive Branch, Mississippi, is that the correct location for the Knuckle Buster? If you live in Olive Branch, Mississippi, your cell phone does not work in your house. So I guess you have to go outside for your phone and outside for your plumbing. Wait a minute, do they still use outside plumbing?
You better
box
watch
there
it.
with the half moon cut in the door.
He's gonna be busting out a knuckle sandwich for you. Thank you, Horse Feathers. There you go. All right, so I got clear lines at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
So I guess they've officially have they wrapped things up at the Bonneville Salt Flats yet, or is today the final day? I've kind of lost track. An incredible week it was. I shared a little farewell video from Kyle and Lindsay, who sat there, got out their lawn chairs. They're on the Salt Flats before heading out. The day before yesterday, just kind of chatting about how the week was, how it almost feels like you're on another planet when you're out there. Maybe have to add that to the bucket list. I had no idea how many different race teams actually take their vehicles out there. It's just, you see miles and miles. Old rat rods, motorcycles, versus the Streamliners, those 400-plus mile-an-hour vehicles. What a week it was. All right, who else on board? Country Bumpkin checking in on a Friday from Waterford, Michigan. He says, my heart is full of Jesus and my engine full of Hot Shot Secrets. Have a great weekend, Overnight Drive family. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, automated trucks. What's the latest? Aurora Innovations. We've been kind of following Aurora Innovations, recently taking big steps forward with their driverless trucking operations. They've extended their routes and their driving windows, specifically, of course, opening a new Phoenix terminal, and also started operating at night. Deploying their first driverless run back in April had been limited to daytime hauls between Dallas and Houston. Although the announcement signals progress for the autonomous industry, there is much opposition and regulatory hurdles and safety concerns that remain. Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, using some of his testimony at the Senate subcommittee hearing, voicing his concerns, stating, quote, "It is incomprehensible that in the same universe in which the federal government regulates the size of hazard material placards down to a millimeter, that autonomous vehicles are being permitted to freely roam the country without oversight, allowing the unfettered, unregulated operation of autonomous vehicles, ultimately seeking to replace human drivers with robots, is unequivocally a threat to safety on our roadways and the existence of good jobs in the trucking industry." Now, they, of course, originally deployed their operations with no one in the driver's seat, and then citing a request from PACCAR, they announced on May 16 they were putting a human back in the driver's seat. Curiously, though, Aurora said that person would have no role in driving the trucks, and a spokesperson indicated to Landline that he or she would not even need a CDL license. O'Brien raised concerns that driverless trucking companies will eventually attempt to operate, and that's the goal, without a human on board, of course. Automation is a real threat to American jobs. We feel strongly the biggest threat to the trucking industry is autonomous commercial vehicles not requiring human operators. If we replace 3.5 million drivers, where do they go and what do they do? And more importantly, it's a public safety issue. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the Truck Safety Coalition have also spoken out about the safety risks. Todd Spencer writes that while autonomous vehicles might improve safety under certain conditions, they actually create new risks with dangerous outcomes. Unfortunately, mostly voluntary federal reporting requirements leave truckers and the general public in the dark about the safety and reliability. We have advocated for autonomous vehicle standards that are based on documented research and testing data. We support mandatory testing, safety, and crash reporting requirements that will give the public the direct, easy access to information about vehicle performance. In its comments to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the Truck Safety Coalition said the public doesn't feel safe. Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety commissioned a public opinion poll on the topic of driverless cars and trucks. Nearly 9 out of 10 respondents reported to be deeply troubled by the prospect of sharing the road with these vehicles. The burden is on the autonomous driving system manufacturers and interested carriers to prove to the public and the DOT that this technology can work safely at scale. So yes, a lot of strong opposition out there still, to sharing the road with driverless cars, driverless trucks, as modern technology continues to take over the world, right? Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com to learn more. We get a news break this Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Miami federal judge has ordered a temporary pause on construction at the immigration detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz.
The ruling is a victory for the Miccosukee tribe and the Friends of the Everglades Environmental Advocacy Group, who are calling for a shutdown of the facility until an environmental study can be completed. District Judge Kathleen Williams issued a temporary order blocking any construction at the site for 2 weeks after hearing 2 days of testimony. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Remains from 3 more victims of the 9/11 terror attacks in New York have been identified.
The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner says Ryan Fitzgerald of Floral Park, New York, Barbara Keating of Palm Springs, California, and a woman whose name is being withheld have been matched with remains using advanced DNA technology and new samples from family members. About 40% of the people who were killed at the World Trade Center site on 9/11 still have not been identified. Scott Pringle at New York.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale.
Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we've been talking earlier this week about the heat dome building out west. Yeah, things really beginning to dry out. Gusty winds and concerns of heightened wildfire danger. Shorty just sent me a headline out of Southern California, a fresh fire that grows from 50 acres to over 1,000 acres in just hours' time. We'll get you the latest on that. First, see what's going on with Senior Heat Wave this Friday morning.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Daryl, that was a pretty funny joke you had last night. I went ahead and told that to my father, who's 87 years old, and he damn near bust a gut. So thanks for the little bit of sunshine you give us over there. Oh, let's see here. Veterans can get a discount, if not free passes to different parks and whatnot. And if the I guess that National Aquarium, if that's considered a park or something to that effect, it's like half price to nothing at all for a veteran. I haven't really looked into it because I really don't go to a park a whole lot where I'm at. And I think of all the places I've been to, I might have been to Yellowstone one time, and then that was it. So, I mean, I just don't do a whole lot of that kind of stuff. But yeah, there are programs out there for veterans that they can get in at greatly reduced, if not for free. So there you go. Yeah, I've sent some pictures on your page there about Elephant Butte, which is a lake down there by Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, and it's just showing how dry it is right now, with the Rio Grande being dry up north, and they're being I think they're responsible for giving some water to Mexico. I don't know if that agreement's still in effect or not. But, yeah, that goes down towards where all the Hatch green chilies and the red chilies are grown in Hatch, New Mexico. And it also, they use that water to irrigate the pecan orchards and cotton fields and whatnot that are there in southern New Mexico as well, around Las Cruces. So, yeah, we're hurting for moisture on the west side of the state. And unfortunately, on the east side of the state, seems like there's a damn flood every other day or every other week. So you just can't have Mother Nature working your best interest. Most times she's working against you. Did you hear what Mark Cuban had to say? Y'all might have talked about it. I don't know. I just got up here about 45 minutes ago. But did y'all hear what Mark Cuban had to say why Trump got elected president?
I did not catch that.
He said it was because of the right-leaning media.
Oh, okay, really? Wait, whoa. Where is that?
I don't know, but I think there's only one right-leaning media group out there, and that's Fox. But I mean, they report on both sides of the aisle, not just 100% for one and a negative 20 for the other. Good night. I'm kind of wondering what kind of crack he's been smoking lately.
You got
it. Just don't make no damn sense.
I mean, you got Newsmax, definitely conservative. One American News, I think, which I don't follow them a whole lot, but yeah, those are much limited audiences compared to the mainstream media. There ain't no right on the mainstream media anywhere.
No, not at all. So I don't know if to say the crack is, tearing up his mind, or he's getting some good stuff somewhere.
Yeah, right.
That puts him in la-la land. He needs to get that other Biden boy heads up saying, hey, you need to call my dealer at this number. He'll set you up. Now, one thing I have yet to really figure out, is there an actual lawsuit? Is it from Pam Bondi versus Whoopi Goldberg in The View for $800 million? Or is that just something fantasy that somebody has come up with? And if it's a true story, what's behind the lawsuit?
Uh-huh.
Is it defamation? Is it defamation of character, or flat out lie where Whoopi's getting sued? I still haven't figured that out. I've not really found a news source that would verify that that's actual case in court.
I've not heard anything
part
about that. I don't know. That sounds kind of fishy to me.
Well, you just can't trust everything and anything you see on the internet or on Facebook. So that's excuse me. Whew, this is a rough morning out here. I guess it's from smoking all them Canadian cigarettes that they got burning right now, and we're all inhale some part of it. I'm sure where I'm at, it's light, but good night. I mean, you can step outside and still smell the burning wood. I mean, you know what? That's great at your fireplace at home on a cold day or a cold night. But, when it's 90 plus 100 something out here, you really don't need to have that filling up your lungs. That just makes for a long day. So, but other than that, that was about all I had. So let's go ahead and shut it down for the night and see y'all next week, and let's hope for better things to come.
We will call it a day. All right. Call it a Friday. I did a quick search for you there, and it comes back. Recent search results do not indicate Pam Bondi has filed a lawsuit against Whoopi Goldberg. It's possible the query is based on misinformation or a misunderstanding, as there have been numerous false or satirical stories circulating online about lawsuits against Whoopi Goldberg, including claims that Elon Musk sued her for defamation, that Jason Aldean sued her in The View for defamation, that Riley Gaines won a $10 million defamation lawsuit against her. There have also been reports of a $50 million lawsuit filed against Whoopi Inc., a company associated with her, in connection with a redevelopment plan in West Orange, New Jersey. So it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, in this day and age, and there's another one we haven't heard from in recent days is old Brain Dead. Hope everything's all right with him. But I was inquiring with him about some of these, and more and more reports about Bubba Wallace, and Bubba Wallace this being sued, accusations, that other drivers. Yeah, there was one yesterday that said something about Michael Jordan speaks out about firing, Bubba Wallace. I guess people just get their, what do you call it, shish kebab and giggles. It's clickbait. They're trying to get people to click on these links, thinking that they're legitimate stories, and a lot of people believe them. Just got to be careful. Meanwhile, let me get a quick time out. Back to the calls after this on a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one.
The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, that's my cue. Back at it here. Got a new day coming our way. And good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I come across a report. Well, I ain't never seen an armadillo in this area, Southwest Ohio. I don't know, might that be changing in the not-too-distant future? According to one of the Indianapolis affiliates, they're saying Indiana now has breeding populations of armadillos. According to a recent study from the U.S. Geological Survey, armadillos have colonized much of southeastern Indiana and are spreading north and west, including sightings in Marion County. They seem to be spreading along the Wabash and White Rivers since 2003. 205 spotted in Indiana, they say. Now, they say Marion County and all the counties around it may actually have breeding armadillo populations, meaning they're established. Mostly eating bugs, especially ants, but can't eat a wider variety of food. That may be what lets them survive the colder winters in Indiana. The first was spotted in 2003 in Gibson County. Experts believe they came from Illinois because the Ohio River's too wide for them to cross over from Kentucky. The armadillos in Indiana, they say, are 9 banded armadillos, named because of the number of thin straps in the middle of their armored shell. Those bands make their armor more flexible. That lets them roll into a ball when they're threatened. While their feet and shell look scaly, they're actually mammals like us. They give birth to live young that look like tiny, softer adult armadillos. When they have babies, they almost always have quadruplets, litters of 4 babies or pups. That's most common, but they can have up to 12. Armadillos not likely to attack you, but they can cause trouble on the roads. When an armadillo is scared, did you know it can jump up to 5 feet in the air? Yeah, that means it often jumps up into the undercarriage of cars and trucks, causing damage with the hard shell, killing the animal. They're also one of the only non-human animals that can carry leprosy, and they can live up to 30 years. Have you spotted any armadillos in your neck of the woods there, Vic?
It could be. They also have a bear population starting down in southwestern Indiana. Actually, Indiana has a large invasive species program, but there are a lot of people that they don't believe it, and they're not really getting on board with it. And one of the problems that they're also having is in a lot of the lakes, the boats are carrying different types of invasive algae and one thing and another. So I know that, gosh, that's been 2 or 3 years ago that they sent a letter out. They actually have an invasive species council, and Purdue had sent out a notice to all of the interested parties and everything. So, and that also ties in with the Great Lakes Invasive Species Council. But I don't know. I know when my grandson went out to fish here in the pond behind my house and everything, he come back and he said, "You got a snapping turtle out there." And he said, "Yeah, I know what a snapping turtle looks like," and he took my bait. So I don't know what all is going on. But the armadillos, I usually associate that more with the southern part of the country.
Well, yeah, Texas,
I guess
Arkansas. I mean, I can't remember what state I was in, but I remember seeing a few dead ones on the outside. I mean, I've never seen one in this region of the country.
Right, and I know a few years back, it's been a little while back, but there was an alligator that had hitched a ride on a barge, and it wound up in Pittsburgh. But that's I don't know. I don't think they survived. Maybe they did. Reptiles are rather they're amazing how much they can survive the different environments. But I guess I'll have to be on the watch there for the armadillos there, along with the bears and a few other things. But you real quick, you were mentioning about the alligator Alcatraz. Well, I found out where they were going to put the ICE detainees. They're going to put them on the old Grissom Air Force Base, and that's been shut down for some time. And it's already a detention facility, and I think some people were kind of fussed about that, but it's not really anything new. And originally, that was a Strategic Air Command base that they flew all the There were only 2 B-58 fleets. One was there at Grissom or Bunker Hill, and the other was just outside of Fort Worth. And those were the B-58s that back in the Cold War, they were in the air constantly. and they were loaded with nuclear weapons. So anyway, supposedly there's one B-58 that's buried there at Bunker Hill that still has the nuclear weapons on board. I don't know if the guy that traced that all down, he was from Indianapolis, and he was tracing all of what happened. They have a code name for that. It might be Broken Arrow. I can't say for sure, but it was it's kind of interesting that we do have some undetonated nuclear devices around the country that I guess they'll deteriorate or something. They weren't fully armed, or obviously, or they would have exploded. But that's kind of a long ways from armadillo. But really, last night when I was talking about that deal with down there at Fort Stewart, and I kept thinking, there's something about that. And then today, as I was finishing up mowing the yard, it hit me. You remember the Air Force got in trouble for not reporting a domestic violence disturbance on an individual that was down there in Texas that had gotten hold of a gun and wound up shooting up a church. I don't know if you remember that or not, because they said if the Air Force reported that, I think it was also a domestic abuse situation, that he would never have been able to obtain the gun. And that's why I was thinking about that individual there at Fort Stewart. I don't know if he really did have a protective order against him or a restraining order against him or not, but according to protocol, he shouldn't have even had a weapon, let alone having it on the base. And having it at a duty station, that was definitely against military protocol. So, but that's what I was thinking about. There, someplace, if that story is true, there was a lack of cooperation there. And then also, I want to tell you this about the Hot Shot Secret stiction eliminator. My lawnmower wasn't running too good, so I stopped and cleaned the plugs and everything, and I noticed they were all carboned up, and I'm going to put some of that stiction eliminator in the oil and see what happens. And I didn't realize it, but stiction eliminator also has that nano lubricant in it.
The FR3, yes,
and
the
then
FR3.
And then after I fired it up, a lot of black smoke started coming out of the exhaust. So I don't know if it was breaking the carbon loose that was in the cylinder and getting better compression and allowing the oil to do a better job of lubricating the cylinder sleeve. But it did run a lot better after I did that. So I just wanted to mention that. And the other thing, over there in Gaza, they keep wanting to do these aid centers. And I think they should just be using the tunnel distribution network and telling people to stay in place, and we will bring the aid to you. And like I said, just let's see how many Hamas people are in those tunnels and see if they can force them out one way or another, use them, and see where those tunnels lead to, and if they're leading to hospitals or schools or anything of that nature. And the deal with Gaza there, when they really kicked up their heels, when they found out that Gaza had a large natural gas deposit, and there was some type of deal in the works with Shell and the Palestinian Authority, they would have been able to work that and make money on their own.
And they wouldn't have needed the outside help, right? Hold the thought. We paused there. Hey, for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Miami federal judge has ordered a temporary pause on construction at the immigration detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz.
The ruling is a victory for the Miccosukee tribe and the Friends of the Everglades Environmental Advocacy Group, who are calling for a shutdown of the facility until an environmental study can be completed. District Judge Kathleen Williams issued a temporary order blocking any construction at the site for 2 weeks after hearing 2 days of testimony. The Trump administration is still able to house the detainees at the facility during the construction pause. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Remains from 3 more victims of the 9/11 terror attacks in New York have been identified.
The only building exploding right now, Tommy. We're seeing another.
Apparently, that was another plane. We have
the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner says Ryan Fitzgerald of Floral Park, New York, Barbara Keating of Palm Springs, California, and a woman whose name is being withheld have been matched with remains using advanced DNA technology and new samples from family members. About 40% of the people who were killed at the World Trade Center site on 9/11 still have not been identified. The medical examiner's office continues to test remains. Scott Pringle, New York.
A man is facing legal trouble after throwing a sex toy that struck a 9-year-old girl and her uncle at a WNBA game.
18-year-old Caden Lopez was booked into Maricopa County Jail on suspicion of disorderly conduct, assault, and public display of explicit sexual material during a game between the Connecticut Sun and the Mercury in Phoenix on Tuesday. Lopez reportedly told officers that he was sorry and was following a stupid prank that was trending on social media. According to court documents, the adult male victim was interviewed and said he desires prosecution. In Phoenix, I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 224 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 5 points, and the Nasdaq gained 73 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
There's been a recent increase in bear sightings across the state of Mississippi.
A report from the Mississippi Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks says there have been multiple sightings of black bears in rural areas of DeSoto and Tishomingo counties between early May and mid-July. However, the department also said the sightings may have been of the same adult male bear. The agency said this is the time of year black bears typically leave their birth ranges to look for mates and food ahead of the fall and winter seasons. John Summers, USA Radio News.
2 suspects in a Linwood, Washington coin store theft allegedly committed a similar crime in Portland.
The women used a hand trick to steal a $3,400 gold coin from a store in Portland. Their photos matched suspects in a similar theft at a store in Linwood where police had identified them. 30-year-old Flavia Avram and 29-year-old Ariana Montine have warrants for their arrests in Washington and Oregon. If you see them, police say call 911 and don't approach them. I'm Brad Ford.
Authorities are investigating a bomb threat at a St. Charles, Illinois hotel where Texas Democrats are staying.
Police say hundreds of people were evacuated yesterday from the Q Center following the bomb threat. No explosive devices were found. The lawmakers fled to Illinois to stop Republicans from voting to redraw the map that would give them 5 more pickup opportunities ahead of 2026. Democrats have blasted the move, which they say could suppress the votes of people of color. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Welcome back as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. We are ready to roll into the weekend. All right, everybody on the same page. It's a Friday. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Vic. Yeah, we were talking about the Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, the Stiction Eliminator, it does actually have the FR3 friction reducer in it, so there you go.
Right. I've used so much of that, and today I guess that was the first time that I really read the label, and it had that nano lubricant in it, and I thought, oh, okay, that'll be good, because you can get a carbon built up on the center, and it kind of glazes over. And I think Scrapyard was talking about his dad was like a small engine mechanic and stuff, and he's probably seen that before. It also happens in larger vehicles. You get that glaze on the cylinders, and you don't get the lubrication on the cylinders that you really need because it just can't get through that carbon glaze there. But what I was talking about there with the Gaza thing, we have been down the road with this tunnel warfare before, and I guess the easiest way to explain it is they were widely used by the other forces in Vietnam, and all I can say is, if you want to know how not to fight a war, just study Vietnam. I mean, they had tunnels outside our bases, and they could look and see when the planes were taking off and everything else. I mean, it was amazing. They now have books out about the tunnels of Vietnam and everything. So whenever they have these distribution centers and it's centralized over there in Gaza, they just make it easy for Hamas to steal food and do everything else. And that's why they need to, instead of having a concentrated distribution center, in my opinion, they should try to spread it out to where they can get the people to get food to people or redistribution and pretty well get in there and map those tunnels out. Some of those tunnels probably serve a good purpose, and some probably don't, because they come up in hospitals and schools and one thing and another. So I would like to see that all come to an end, because sooner or later somebody's going to get radical, and I would have to believe it would be the Hamas people when they realize in the long run they're going to lose, and whenever they quit getting sympathy and support, because one of the big things that they're gearing for now is the United Nations meeting that's coming up here, I think in September, and they're going to try to get nations to turn against Israel, and that's been one of their big. That's been one of Hamas's main goals. So if that doesn't happen and people take Israel's side, which they should, because when Netanyahu says denazification or something of this nature, that's where the Palestinian Authority started, with a former Nazi general, Mustafa or something like that. Anyway, there are several pictures of him in general's uniform and with Hitler. So the Palestinians actually did have a Nazi past. So they had to get rid of him for, I guess you would say, public relations purposes, and they installed someone else. But that's just a real quick breakdown of how that whole Palestinian thing started in Palestinian Authority, and they realized they messed up with putting a former Nazi general in charge. So that I would like to see the aid distribution get to the people it's intended, instead of the Hamas stealing it and then financing their terrorist activities by selling the food back to the people that it was intended to for free in the first place. So that's pretty much about it. So.
Good to hear from you,
I'll
Vic.
let you go, Steve.
Thanks for being a listener, and thanks for supporting the program using your Hot Shot Secret products. Indeed, it's 11 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, we were getting kind of concerned about you there, Eagle. Hadn't heard from you all week. What's happening? Hello, Eagle. Eagle, did you doze off? Maybe that's why we hadn't heard from him. Maybe he's actually been getting some rest at night. Well, good morning, Daryl.
Well, now, Steve, I don't know where I can substitute for Eagle or not. Man's wealth of information. How's the family, and how is Stryker?
Everybody doing well. Stryker's out there doing his thing as we speak this early Friday morning.
Oh, sounds like he would be very useful in Over the Rhine.
That's for sure.
That was pitiful about that woman getting shot 15 times. Or somebody shot at her 15 times and killed her. Said she had 5 children.
Yep.
Heat wave liked my story. I'll tell him another one. The preacher was walking by one day, and these little boys had a shoebox and had some kittens in it, just born. And he asked them what kind of kittens these were, and he said they were Democrat kittens. And he came by about a week later, and they were still playing around with them kittens. He said, Now, boys, what kind of kittens did you say they were? And they said they're Republican kittens. And he said, well, didn't you say last week they were Democrat? And he said, yes, but last week they didn't have their eyes open.
There you go.
There's no preacher joke. You were talking about your Zippo lighter. Did you ever fire up a Chesterfield cigarette with that Zippo lighter?
I don't believe I've ever had the opportunity to smoke a Chesterfield, to my recollection.
Well, it takes the hair right off your chest.
Really?
I went through the Chesterfield cigarette factory in North Carolina one time, and the ladies were packaging 10 packets in of a carton, and they only let them work 30 minutes at a time because it was so boring, and they worked so fast. And I guess that was before they had sorting machinery and stuff. And then when the tour was over, they give you a carton of Chesterfield cigarettes. But man, they were strong. How is your dog training going at the house?
I don't know about training, but Ace is doing okay. He's doing all right. Apparently, he was not in a fight with another dog. According to the vet, everything that he has is indicative of road rash. So something got him,
okay.
And yeah. So all the marks that I thought were bites and bloody spots. Don't know if he got sideswiped by a car or what, but he's okay.
Yeah. How many pounds is he now?
He is 63 pounds.
Well, now, he ought to be able to take care of himself.
Yes.
If he come up against a buddy that wanted to fight with him. I was out in El Salvador, and everybody has a dog tied to the tree with about a 3-foot chain, and I thought the SPCA would go wild if they saw that, but those dogs are there for one purpose, and that's to notify them if a stranger comes upon the property.
Yeah.
And you hear them barking if an unknown person comes around, and one of them got me on the right ankle while I was there and bit me while I was trying to jump into a truck. How's your son doing with his canine unit? Did he get back to 100% health?
Yes, yes, indeed. Like I said, they're out there on the streets, serving and protecting at this moment. Yes, they are.
Well, I'll let you go. And Vic gave me an idea about that lawnmower. I've got one that sometimes don't want to start. I bet you that I've got that problem of that buildup in that cylinder. I'll try some of that hot shot in there and see if we can't get that going zoom.
And you have to give us a follow-up and let us know.
Have a great weekend.
Let us know how that works out for you. Yes, indeed. All right, for dirt track race fans, it's a big weekend, kind of like in my backyard. Just a hop, skip, and a jump down the interstate is Florence, Kentucky, a.k.a. Florence Speedway. And this weekend, well, it technically started last evening. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So it's a 3-night event, one of which is in the books. It's known as the North-South 100. And it's growing once again. Already one of the highest paying races in the sport. It's going to see another increase this weekend. Thursday, Friday night, I have the twin features paying $6,000 to win. Saturday's non-qualifier race will be a $3,000 to win event. Finally, the North-South 100 feature will pay $75,000 to win, and an event record $3,500 to start for a feature purse of over $210,000. In other words, just making the field for the main event gets you $3,500. The total late model weekend purse exceeding $325,000, making it one of the top-paying races in the sport. Of course, Florence, Kentucky this weekend. So I know they were anticipating record crowds. According to their website, what they posted this past day. Not only is it the biggest purse in this event history, it's shaping up to be the biggest crowd in Speedway history. They said advanced ticket sales had hit record levels, reserved seats close to being sold out. Now, this was posted a couple days ago. They said we anticipate we will sell out of reserved seats no later than Thursday. We do have open seating sections, plus additional seating brought in for the event for overflow, but recommended to guarantee yourself a seat. You should have by now had your reserved seat, but now obviously, the crowd Thursday night probably wasn't over spectacular. Here we are, Friday tonight. It's going to be a packed house for the twin races, and that's trying to make the field. And the main event there, $75,000 to win. Some of the biggest names in dirt, super late model racing from all over the USA are in or at Florence Speedway this weekend.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. Here this Friday morning. I was scouring through. Last night was, again, there were two 25-lap, what do they call them? Heat races. Some of the big names, let's see, in the B main, Garrett Albertson, Devin Moran, Corey Hedgecock, Hudson O'Neal, Jimmy Owens. Now on down the line, let me see, Max Blair, Donald McIntosh. I know my old pal from Chickamauga, Tennessee is supposed to be in town this weekend there in Florence participating. Number 17M, Michael McDowell. All right, big crowds. 22 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Eagle, we got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here now. I didn't know you were going to put me on that fast. I had to stop. Truck stopped for a few seconds. And come back and the telephone was hung up. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Where you been? I hadn't heard from you all week. You got you. You been under the weather? You choking on a bone? What's...
Yeah, I ain't been feeling too good the last couple of days. I don't know what the hell happened, but I might have got sick. Yeah, even though I'm on the road, it's hard to drive the truck when you don't feel too good, but I feel a little bit better tonight. Yeah, I feel a little bit better tonight. I'm headed home anyway, so hopefully I'll be back in Texas by, what the hell is this, Thursday? Yeah, maybe by Saturday night, I hope. Take a couple of days off for got a couple more weeks before Memorial Day. Yeah, school is already getting started down in Texas already. School's already started last week. So that's one good thing. Get some of these cars off the road, traffic and stuff. So take care of that when I get back. But yeah, I wanted to talk about a little bit of sports action that's coming up this weekend. I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to check. I know they run it at Watkins Glen in NASCAR, but I'm not sure if that one guy, that same guy, Shane Van, whatever his name is, I'm not sure if that guy's running this week in Watkins Glen. If he is, then you might well go ahead and get him the trophy. He's gonna won the 2 or 3 road course races.
Right.
So if he's in the race, they might well go ahead and get him the trophy before Sunday, because he'll probably unless his car breaks down or unless he have an accident, he'll be in victory lane on Sunday, because that's what he does. And like I say, I don't like it, Steve. I don't think that he should be allowed to run me personally, because, like I said, this guy here specializes in that type of driving, and it's not fair to the other drivers that are out there every week, driving, for points and doing their thing, and the owners and everything else. It's not good to have a guy just come in and do that deal and win that race and take the glory away from some of the guys that's out there every week. But apparently NASCAR don't see it that way. But it's just it's almost like if you had a professional football player, a professional quarterback or something, go into college football and on Saturday instead of playing on Sunday. Was it say Aaron Rodgers or somebody Pat Mahomes go down to college football and play against division, one of those teams, Ohio State or Michigan or whatever? It'd be an unfair advantage. That's the way I see it. So, but NASCAR don't see it that way. But I don't really like that concept of racing. But that's what they're gonna do. Now, as far as this other situation goes, Steve, is getting into this Donald Trump situation with Vladimir Putin. Okay, now I told you this before. Vladimir Putin, he said it again this week. We already know that he has no respect for Zelensky as the president of Ukraine. He's basically said that he doesn't want to meet. He said he's willing to meet with Donald Trump and try to see what kind of thing they can deal. But unfortunately, it takes 3 people to make this thing happen, because last time I checked, Ukraine was involved in the war too. So Vladimir Putin, whether he likes Zelensky or respects him, he's going to eventually have to settle. It's one way or the other, Steve. Before this war is ended, either he's going to have to leave power, or Vladimir and him are going to have to come to some kind of agreement, face the man-to-man in this thing, in this thing because unfortunately more and more deaths are taking place, and the U.S. Donald Trump is getting involved in it. He says he's going to meet with Vladimir. Hopefully they can make something happen, but it still doesn't make any difference even if he sits down with Vladimir.
Right. Hey, hold the thought there, because we got to pause. We're going to get a news break in here. Just real quick, though. I mean, going back to, you mentioned Shane Van Gissenberg. He's technically, he's not a ringer. I mean, he's exceptional on the road courses, but I mean, they're 23 races into the season, and he's started 23 races. You just never hear about him unless it is a road course. But he is racing. Yeah, week in and week out. The full series schedule, 25th in the standings right now. But all right, it is 844-844-3388. Quick timeout, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Miami federal judge has ordered a temporary pause on construction at the immigration detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz.
The ruling is a victory for the Miccosukee tribe and the Friends of the Everglades Environmental Advocacy Group, who are calling for a shutdown of the facility until an environmental study can be completed. District Judge Kathleen Williams issued a temporary order blocking any construction at the site for 2 weeks after hearing 2 days of testimony. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Remains from 3 more victims of the 9/11 terror attacks in New York have been identified.
The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner says Ryan Fitzgerald of Floral Park, New York, Barbara Keating of Palm Springs, California, and a woman whose name is being withheld have been matched with remains using advanced DNA technology and new samples from family members. About 40% of the people who were killed at the World Trade Center site on 9/11 still have not been identified. Scott Pringle at New York.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild. after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, where we leave off there? Okay. Welcome back to Eagle, who's been a little under the weather this week, apparently. Yeah, welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you putting me back. Yeah, I feel a little bit better now after the break. Yeah, I got some orange juice. Hey, yeah, Steve, before I get to the tariff situation, because I want to ask you some questions about this, because this tariff thing, it's not starting out very good from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing. I want to see how you feel about some things that I'm gonna say. But getting back to Russia right quick. Now we know that Vladimir, like I said earlier, Vladimir does not like Zelensky, and I think the feeling is mutual. Mm-hmm. But they're gonna have to eventually sit down at the table. There's only one way. There's only one way to end the conflict. As you know, the two people that have a disagreement have to eventually come to the table and talk to each other. They can't keep staying away from each other, because the war just continues on and more lives are being lost. Now, if you either want to end the war or you don't. You either want peace or you don't. Zelensky, he either wants the peace, or Putin, you either want it or you don't. We can't keep talking about it. They got to sit down at the table, and Donald Trump can be the moderator. He can be the man in between to try to keep peace between these two people. But at some point, they need to do this. So this time next year, we'll be talking about the same damn thing with Russia and Ukraine, because neither one of them guys are going to take the agenda to meet each other. As you can clearly see, how long this war has been going on now, 2 or 3 years, and I'm gonna repeat this like Donald Trump has been saying. This is not Donald Trump's war. This is Joe Biden's war. If anybody with a brain in their head would realize, Vladimir Putin, he waited until Donald Trump left the White House before he attacked Ukraine. And guess who was in the White House? Joe Biden, because he knew Biden wasn't gonna do nothing about it, and that's exactly what he did. Nothing. So Donald Trump is trying to be the moderator between these two countries. So at some point, these two guys have got to sit down and reach some kind of agreement on the ceasefire, so these people can stop losing their lives. They destroying the Ukraine. It looks like something like somebody dropped a nuclear bomb on the place. It's devastated. So they got to make something happen. Now, as far as the tariffs go, Steve. Now I want to. As I'm looking around and, looking at videos and stuff, and I've even seen it myself in the grocery stores. Now, these prices are sky high, and they're only going to get worse. Walmart has already said they're raising their prices. I heard that Nike footwear, Adidas footwear, and other companies are already announcing that they're going to be upping their the amount that people are going to have to pay for their products. And you can go to the grocery store. You looking at talking about the meat. I'm talking about hamburger meat. Hamburger meat is ridiculous, Steve. I don't know if you've been to the grocery store lately, but it's like $25, $30, for hamburger meat. For steaks, 2 steaks is like $50 or $60.
Well, that has
for 2 steaks.
That has nothing whatsoever to do with tariffs, though. Where the meat prices are high because the cattle herd is low in this country. It's not like we're relying on China for beef. So tariffs are not impacting our beef prices.
Why are the prices so high right now? Before the tariffs even take effect, why is the price of meat so high right now in the U.S.?
Because the cattle herd is at the lowest it's been, I don't know, the lowest it's been in, say, 50 or more years. Lauren Weiss could give me the numbers on that, but yeah, the cattle herds are thin. The feed prices are so high, and we don't have enough. It's supply and demand. We don't have enough cattle to feed everybody.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question. Okay, because see, here's the deal, Steve. Okay, people when they go into the grocery store, they're getting sticker shock. They're seeing these prices. I seen a guy on a video the other day. He claimed that he spent $100, $200 on grocery, and you should have seen how much. You should have seen how little he had in that grocery basket. I remember back in the old days, back in the 90s, 2000, $200, your grocery buggy would be overflowing with all kind of grocery. And now this guy, his basket wasn't even halfway full, and he had spent over $200. Now, here's the problem. Okay, people are seeing this, and we coming up on the midterms, and a lot of people are seeing this, and even though they don't like the Democrats support them, they're saying to themselves, "What the hell is going on?" Donald Trump promised us lower food prices, lower this, lower that, and they're not seeing it when they go to the grocery store. And naturally, a lot of people are saying now, well, hey, I might go back to the Democrat. I might vote for a damn Democrat in 2026. And that's what I'm worried about, is that these prices, you say that it's not Trump's fault. I don't know whose fault it is, but it's somebody's fault, because these prices are ridiculous. A bag of potato chips is damn near $8. You shouldn't have to pay $8 for a bag of potato chips in America. This is ridiculous. So, like I said, I don't know whose fault it is, but something is clearly wrong, and it needs to come to a stop. It needs to come to a stop real fast, because Americans are hurting, and it's hurting their pocketbooks. And you can even see it in the trucking industry. Like I told you last week, Steve, I'm seeing truck stop full in the middle of the day. You can't even find a parking space in a truck stop at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're not supposed to be able. You're supposed to be able to find a parking space in a truck stop in the afternoon. If things are moving good, the freight's not moving right now because people ain't buying anything. So I want to get your opinion on what is the problem? Why are these prices sky high? And is it going to get any worse in the next couple of weeks? Because right now, like I said, the American people are hurting. They got sticker shock every time they go to the grocery store, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
All right. Well, I'd say the grocery store is not going to be the prime place to see the impacts of tariffs for the most part. Now, there's all these gloom and doom predictions we've heard from Liberation Day. What's that been? How many months ago now? Despite all those predictions of inflation, recession, it's now been 4 months since the initial Liberation Day. Inflation, at least at the moment, is actually trending toward an annualized rate that we hadn't seen since Trump's first term. A recent CEA analysis found that prices of imported goods are actually declining at the moment. Now, you got to keep in mind, we've had the 90-day pause on many of the tariffs. Base tariffs, even during that, though, have still been in place. To date, they say the tariffs on our trade partners have generated billions in revenue. Government collected about $30 billion in tariff revenue last month, in July alone. Yeah, we're talking a 242% jump in revenue collected. Yeah, from duties versus July of last year. In addition to paying down the national debt, which is more than $36 trillion, there's been some talk about using some of that tariff revenue in the form of maybe a tax rebate or some sort of a rebate check for those in the lower income ranges. It's going to take some time to see where these all begin to actually fall into place as far as prices. The gloom and doomers are still trying to cite the sky is falling. Now, some companies have said outright to bear the added cost that they are going to pass some of the pain onto the consumer in the form of price hikes. You mentioned several names there, Eagle. The consumer electronics maker Sonos, they make speakers. In their third quarter earnings call on Wednesday, they said they're going to raise prices on their audio devices due to the higher reciprocal tariffs on Vietnam and Malaysia, where their devices are made for the U.S. market. Yeah, for the most part, Americans are expected to pay an average of maybe 18% more for imported products. Big thing to keep in mind there is we're trying to bring, and in many cases successfully bringing manufacturing of these otherwise imported products back here to the USA. The big announcement yesterday from Apple. I mean, historically, everything, all those smartphones we've been purchasing, it's all been made by that cheap foreign labor. It was what, more than $500 billion, $600 billion that Apple is now investing in the United States for manufacturing. They're making chips. Virtually every screen cover for smartphones, the glass screen covers, everyone in the world is going to be made in the state of Kentucky now. You don't buy into the gloom and doomers just yet. There's always that uncertainty, they say, and stock market doesn't like uncertainty. Got to give it a little time, but I trust he knows what he's doing. And your first question in regards to Vladimir Putin, Zelensky, I mean, there is, the Kremlin is actually acknowledged. There's probably going to be a meeting taking place next week. Rumors are it's obviously going to be President Trump, Vladimir Putin. It may be trilateral, a.k.a. Zelensky. He is setting down a three-way conversation, get them all three together. It's a fluid situation. Let's hope it all comes together. But what's going on, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? What's happening, man?
Yeah, just
one thing you got to remember, Steve, is the Democrat. Go ahead.
I was going to say, go ahead. Yeah, the one thing you got to remember. Yep.
The Democrats want this economy to crash, Steve. They don't want Trump's economic policies to do well. It's a fact. They do everything in their power, right, to stop this economy if they can. We just seen it with the false statement that they put out about the job market, right? I mean, this lady boosted the jobs when Biden was in office. They found that out. And she lowered them when Trump was in office, and they found out she was lying. Unfortunately, Steve, and these prices have been up for a couple of years now. These prices went up when Trump came in office. But once, I hate to say it, man, once somebody is able to sell a rock for $10 when it used to be sold for $5, it's hard to get that price down, man. You know what I'm saying? Once people realize that people's going to have to pay this price, getting that price down, I don't know. We'll see. I think all it would take is one big grocery chain like Kroger's, right, to slash prices to try to get everybody to come into their store. And it might start a chain reaction where people might start lowering prices. But, you know, the farmers got to be able to produce, Steve. The bull haulers got to be able to transport the bulls. The ranchers have to have the feed to feed the bulls. And we've talked about this for, a couple of years now, Steve, how they're trying to literally starve people. I mean, you look around the world, there's people starving. And there's no reason for that in this day and age. I think Bill Gates came out about a year ago and made a statement about he starved everybody to death. Well, you got a federal judge, Steve, down in Florida, right?
Yeah. Halt production.
Stop construction. Steve, here's the deal. Now, all these activist judges, I mean, I hate to keep pounding this in the dirt, but daggone. I'll do some background on this daggone judge. All these judges, right, that they can convince to do this, all their family members or wives, cousins, uncles, aunts, whatever, are all CEOs of these non-government organizations where they get taxpayers' money. We're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars, and they're all ran mostly by the Democrats, and it's all tied into a nice big little group. Remember when Obama? I don't have the authority. What was that? What was that all about? What the heck was that? He came out and said, "I don't have the authority to do that. I don't have the power to do that." And he was catching a lot of heat. And he finally came out and said, "Screw it. I got a pen. I'll make it happen, whether I got the authority or not, or whether I actually have the power to do it or not. I'll do it anyway." That's what these judges do, even though they don't even have the power or authority. They just do it. They just say this. I mean, DeSantis down there is just ignoring him, I think. You know. And what's the reason for the pause, Steve?
Oh, so we can do an environmental study. Environmental study on the impacts on the Everglades. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The yellow-bellied toad, man. It's going to go extinct if we build this prison down here, Steve. It's never-ending story. I don't know if you've seen this on the news. Sheriff's office is going to start patrolling downtown.
The county?
In the area of the courthouse and the jail.
Really?
Remember years ago when we won it? Yeah, remember years ago, around 2010, 2009, the county went in over to Ryan and cleaned it up. You remember that or not?
Not really,
for
whatever reason. Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's right. Around 2010, we walk in one day, right? Well, we're going in over to Ryan. Everybody's like, what? Yeah. I guess the city approached Simon Lease at the time. And wow, that was a trip because, I mean, I forget how many cars we had down there. I wanted to say 3 or 4, and they were all two-man cars. and we were kind of short personnel, so we hired a bunch from the jail, put them through a real quick training. Usually our FTO program is 3 months. I think we ran them through back then in like 4 weeks, right? Just to get them out on the street so we could cover them beats down and over the Rhine. So I think we did that for a couple of years and cleaned it up and pulled out, and you see what happened.
So what is
We're
this?
not going into over the Rhine now.
Is this looking to stop the drug deals on the streets and the open crime in the middle of the afternoon, and is a police presence as a deterrent? Is that the?
Yeah, I think. Listen, I'm not 100% sure. I'm hearing different stories. I heard the city, not the city police department, but the city managers approached the sheriff and said, "Hey, we're shorthanded. We could use some help down here." And it's not really a big area. It's down by the courthouse and the jail, up 9th Street, a couple blocks and over. And I'm hearing there's a lot of, I don't want to say teenagers, young adults that are hanging around down there. We do got some homeless down there that they shoo off before the doors open to the court's house in the morning. The judges don't like seeing all the homeless down there, so they go out and shoo them off, right? So it's my understanding there's been a lot of people hanging out in large groups, drinking, smoking, people walking by, just getting harassed and whatnot. So, yeah, I'm telling you right now, Steve, I advise anybody that's listening, which probably not, but if anybody happens to be listening and you're going down there and hanging out and drinking on the sidewalk and hooting and hollering, move on, because you're going to get arrested. That's all there is to it. We're not playing games, right? You're drunk in public, you're going to jail. It's that simple. The old broken windows, Rudy Giuliani's theory of policing, right? Those that are jumping the turnstiles down there to get on the subway and not paying, those are the ones that are committing the rapes and the burglaries and everything else. So the ones down there hanging out, drinking their MD 2020 and smoking and breaking into cars and whatnot. And I think we got an agreement that they will not be walked in and walked out.
And that was my next question. I mean, this whole, are they going to be put in for some time? Because, I mean, the revolving door that we see in all these Democrat-run cities, they're back out on the streets in 24 hours. What the hell? Who cares?
Well, yes, sir. I think they got an agreement down there. Now, Steve, the county, the city is definitely blue, right?
Yes.
But they got an agreement where they will not be crossed out. Usually sometimes like on your minor misdemeanors, your lower misdemeanors, because you just don't have the jail space, honestly. You get prosecuted and crossed out. Literally walk in, make a phone call. They tell you, hey, you got a $1,000 bond or $10,000 bond, 10% of that, $100, $1,000 gets you out. Sometimes they just process them in without even a bond and show up in the morning for arraignment court. But it's my understanding is if the officers running that area, if they take somebody in, they have to go in front of a judge in the morning. They're not going to process them out. Now, what the judge does in the morning,
All right. Slap.
Right.
Is it going to be a slap on the wrist? All right. Pay a fine. Stay out of trouble or whatever. Yeah. Don't do it again. Hey, we got to pause there as we hit top of the hour. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I was telling the president that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
President Trump is using charts put together by a Fox Business analyst to defend his firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner. In the Oval Office, Stephen Moore told Trump the fired stats chief overestimated job growth by 1.5 million jobs over the last 2 years of the Biden administration.
I don't know if she's... Might not have been an error. That's the part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Trump fired Erica McIntyre after the Bureau released revised May and June reports downward, claiming she was politically motivated. The Cleveland Clinic is reminding people that the West Nile virus cases typically rise this time of year. Infectious disease specialist Donald Dumford recommends trying to avoid outside activity at sunrise and sunset when mosquitoes are most active.
But all throughout the day, if you're going to be outside, apply an EPA-approved mosquito repellent. This is great not just for mosquito-borne illnesses, but also for Lyme disease and other tick-borne illnesses.
West Nile virus is transmitted through mosquitoes and is most active through September. West Nile symptoms include fever, muscle aches, and sometimes nausea, but doctors say most people that get the virus are not going to have any symptoms at all. Uber is talking with banks and private equity firms to get the cash it needs to expand its robotaxi business.
The company has been making partnerships with automakers to build its footprint in the self-driving taxi industry. In the meantime, Uber says it will use some of its annual $7 billion in cash flow to deploy robotaxis. It currently offers rides in Austin and Atlanta. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 224 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 5 points, and the Nasdaq gained 73 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
North Dakota health officials want to reduce cancer deaths over the next decade.
Cancer remains the second leading cause of death in North Dakota. This led officials to create a plan to reduce cancer deaths through prevention, early detection, and improve healthcare access. The 10-year cancer control plan focuses on raising cancer awareness while refining the quality of life for North Dakotans battling the disease. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A person in East Pierce County, Washington, who had not traveled has been diagnosed with malaria.
Officials with Tacoma Pierce County Health say that she might have gotten malaria from a mosquito that bit someone else with the disease. Malaria is rare in the U.S. and normally occurs when a person travels internationally. Symptoms include fever, chills, body aches, headaches, and fatigue. I'm Brad Ford.
2 people are facing charges for stealing a home from a woman receiving end-of-life care in Queens.
Attorney General James says Victor Quimis and Deepa Roy allegedly forged Renuka Burwani's signature and a notary signature, transferring ownership of her Kew Gardens home to them for free. Burwani's son says his mother was a widow who had owned her home since 1986 and was in hospice at the time.
With around-the-clock aids, she could not even turn in bed or feed herself or hold a pen. Yet while she lay helpless, 2 individuals, Deepa Roy and Victor Quimis, conspired to steal her home.
James says Quimis took out $500,000 mortgage, paid off the house, and took another $300,000 for himself. I'm Natalie Migliori.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, final hour. One more time around this early Friday. We'll get back to your calls just ahead. We were talking to Pappy, obviously. I guess I'll kind of ask at the same time, when it comes to what had made and continues, to make national headlines. There's been an embarrassment for the city. It's been an embarrassment for the chief of police. It's a black eye. And I've heard that there are maybe some major restaurateurs that are talking about if they don't clean things up, we're getting the hell out of here. We're going to pack our bags and go somewhere else. We'll go out to the suburbs. You couple that, and when you talk about the likes of major conventions, people sit down, have a round table. We're going to hold our convention in this city or that city, and All right. Do we want to hold it in the city of Cincinnati, or would we rather host this in Denver? Would we rather host this in Houston? I mean, those kind of discussions. And when you have these kind of headlines, people say, I don't know. I don't know that I'd feel comfortable bringing all my staff into this town and having them be staying in the downtown area. So they're maybe kind of coming to their senses, do you think, and saying we got to kind of clean things up. Enough is enough. Is that what you're seeing, Pappy?
Yeah, Steve, I was ready to say something before we went on break, that when we were told, and this actually happened, we started this last Wednesday on the 6th. It's every day. It's not, 2 days off. It's each squad. We have two night shift squads, so those squads are going to be down there. So it's a 7-day-a-week thing. It's funny you say that. I mean, like I said, once we were told, like when I walked in, when was it? I don't know, whatever day it was last week when I walked in and found out the higher-ups addressed this and told us what was going on, and this is starting like in 4 days. We were all like, well, we know why this is happening, right? Because of what happened.
Yep.
And Steve, I swear it's funny, as you went on break, Laura Ingram came on, and she is interviewing Holly. This is the girl that was knocked the hell out by this dude, and the headline was 6 arrests made in Cincinnati deep down. That was the headline. And so I got to listen. They're interviewing the chief of Cincinnati. But anyway, I got to listen to Holly's. She's still interviewing her. I got to listen to some of it. I'm hearing some stuff from her that I haven't heard. I put the headphones on so I could get back with you. She said they were down there for a birthday party with some friends. And she walked out, and there was already, like, scuffles starting to break out. And she said there was some Russians down there, right? And so there was a lot of talk about the Russians, too, right? And they were like, she was kind of confused, like, how did they know they were Russians? Because I guess she said inside the bar where they were having this birthday party, nothing happened. Everything was fine. It wasn't until they walked outside, right, when the group of people was out there. And Laura flat out asked her, was there any racial slurs being said? And she said there was some being thrown back and forth. And that's when she said at first it was towards the Russians, right? And then it was the Afro-American were telling the white people, what are you doing now? You ain't got no business down here. Mm-hmm. Right? This is the Jasper. What are you doing down here? You ain't got no business down here. One thing led to another. And we saw what happened. And she still got a shiner. She's still
And she had traumatic brain injury. I mean, when you get TKO'd and you go down backwards, slam your head against the cement like a bowling ball, that's concussion from hell. I mean, I think she's saying she may have permanent damage.
Yeah. And Steve, I'm sitting here watching this daggone video again. And, if somebody's trying to rob you, right? Somebody's trying to, rob you at gunpoint, and somehow you get the better half of them, then all bets are off. Stomp their ass in the ground, right? But this is not what happened here. This is just a bunch of people out here drunk, names being called, racial slurs being thrown out. And when you see these people being damn near knocked out, laying on the ground, and then just getting stomped on, literally.
Yes.
Stomped on by multiple people. And then they turn around and they're all just laughing. They think it's a joke. It's like a big game to them. And they just showed her again getting, this mail. And they showed it. They put his mugshot up. This dude that knocked her the hell out. I mean, knocked her the hell out, dude. God almighty, man. So, yeah, I got a feeling, we'll see how long it lasts. Not sure if it's going to be permanent or not. My sneaking suspicions that it is going to end up being permanent. Right now, it's supposed to be a 30-day thing, and they're going to evaluate every night. They're going to put out a report every night, and then at the end of the 30 days, I guess they're going to decide whether we're going to continue this. Like I said, I think, honestly, Steve, I think we're going to be down there for a week, right? And it's going to be, the word's going to be out that sheriffs are down here and they will arrest you. They're not playing games. And either that'll solve the problem or they'll just move on to another section of the town down there. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But what a black eye for the city, that's for sure.
Big time. Yep.
Yeah. All right, man. I appreciate you taking the call. I got some more squares to roll. Get ready for my weekend. And I think we're 199, 200 days in the Trump administration. So, I mean, Eagle, just hang tight, brother. Rome wasn't built in a day, so to speak. So, and Steve, real quick, I took enough of your time, but daggone it, all these experts, talking about the tariffs. Steve, these tariffs are kicking ass. They were wrong. The amount of money, that is being brought in from these tariffs, and I saw one guy even admitted, I was wrong, man. I thought it was going to do this, and it didn't, and it's working. So kudos to Trump, and but the Dems, man, anything they could do to obstruct, even if it's better for the country, even if it put more money into the citizens of this country, more money into their pocket, they don't care, man. They will do anything they can. All right. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. Appreciate it. Everybody be safe. Enjoy the weekend. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Pappy. All right. So, yeah, much like national attention after the beatdown in Cincinnati, which is now, 2 weeks ago today? Over the past week, a lot of attention in the Washington, D.C. area. After the Doge employee, a.k.a. Big Balls, gets beat down in D.C. Trump's kind of PO'd about that. Federal agents, they say, are planning to increase their presence in the nation's capital as directed by the administration, according to officials this past day. Trump told reporters at the Oval Office, this has to be the best-run place in the country, not the worst-run place in the country. Increased policing might involve officers from Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the FBI, and the National Guard. It's unknown if agents will have duties beyond their usual roles or presence on federal property. D.C. residents can expect to see an increase in federal enforcement starting as early as tomorrow. That would be today, folks. Noting that operational specifics will be determined, Washington, D.C. is an amazing city, but it has sadly been plagued by petty and violent crime for far too long. The president is committed to making our nation's capital safer and more beautiful for its residents, lawmakers, and visitors from around the world. Data estimates from Congress, the United Nations Office of Drug and Crime Statistica, and local government statistics show that D.C. had the highest rate of homicides among 18 national capitals, with 41 per 100,000. Yeah, the closest to it was Montevideo, Uruguay, with 16.1, and Baghdad with 15.2, and Lagos, Nigeria with 15. FBI data showed that juvenile crime against people has steadily increased from more than 100,000 in fiscal year 2020 to more than 400,000 last year. Now, they're looking to repeal what they call the Home Rule Act, a 1973 federal law that gives D.C. residents the power to elect their own mayor and city council members. The president's increased focus on crime, following, as I mentioned, the brutal attack of the former DOJ employee, beaten this past week, trying to assist a victim of a failed carjacking attempt. If D.C. doesn't get it together, and quickly, he said, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run. Put the criminals on notice. They're not going to get away with it anymore. If this continues, I'm going to exert my powers and federalize this city. It's amazing how, we're, now 5 years past the National Summer of Love and the whole defund the police narrative, which in some cities indeed did. And the prices that are being paid, the crime that is running rampant. All right, let me quickly, we'll jump over to Brain Dead. How you been, brother?
Just trying to stay busy. This goofy freight, I have no clue as to what's going on with us. I mean, they said part of it is this idiot planner we got who's trying to cram everything onto one trailer and doesn't understand space, and you can't cram it all on one trailer. So I'm just here along for the ride, because it's like I told one of the guys I work with, I'm like, why just sit back and wait? We're 2 months away from bids. Why not just sit back and look and see how you can improve things then, instead of doing things right now? Because right now you're really, now what's the word I'm thinking of? Disturbing the force, so to speak. I mean, yesterday night, I think it was like a night off this past week, because normally it's been 1 and 2 nights off a week, and I haven't been doing nothing but sitting. So
wow.
Real quick, yeah, and I work for a company too, so that kind of tells you a little bit of something. I don't know if it's the high prices. I don't know if it's tariffs. I do know that pay attention to several of the Kroger stores, because they are talking strikes up in your neck of the woods, Steve, and in Indiana. There are contract negotiations, and the company, like I said before, is trying to cut costs, and they're trying to cut it at the worker's expense. And it's not getting any better, trust me. I mean, I don't understand it, don't get it, but you know what? My only job is to drive this truck and deliver freight. That's it. So, real quick, you're talking about the road course at Watkins Glen this weekend, and Eagle, you've got a point about Shane Van Gisbergen. Just hand him the trophy and let him go home. However, you fail to look at Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs has run second, pretty much the last, about three or so road course wins. So what's to say he doesn't win this one? He almost won Sonoma. What's to say he doesn't get his first win at Watkins Glen?
Mm-hmm.
Say that 5 times really quick, right? But let me change gears here for a minute. Now, Steve, I don't get too deep into politics or hot button topics and whatnot. But Pappy there kind of opened Pandora's box, so to speak. Now, we live in Memphis, Tennessee, and that is one of the most racially divided cities in, a major racially divided city.
Okay.
And Steve, I want to mail you something that you will probably never, ever see again. A little newspaper. I want you to read it and tell me what's wrong with this country. It's honest and truly sad. This country is on its way to a civil war. It's not going to be because of slavery. It's going to be because of the races and the classes. And right now with the social media and TikTok especially, it's accelerating this. I go through, and Dingbat, I know she's probably listening. You can't hardly sling a dead cat without hitting some sort of TikTok about, well, I hate white people.
Mm-hmm.
And another one's like, well, look, I'm a white person, and let's sit back and examine history, and let's go from here. Because the Cincinnati beating is getting major national attention. Steve, I know you got your Google machine fired up. Look up the Wright Brothers Construction Company incident with a truck driver that happened about 2 weeks ago, I think, down there in Clyde, North Carolina. This is reverseism. These were a crew of about 6 white guys that were jumping onto a black guy.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this not made to media? Because it doesn't fit the narrative. There is a narrative out here. There is a narrative. It hasn't made the media, but it has literally blown up in their face. I mean, literally, people in social media world have gone, well, I can't say those words, but still, you get the general idea. You know, you can, and this is the thing that people don't understand. You can arrest somebody all day long. It's up to the legal system to prosecute them. I mean, the thugs, and I'm going to say this because that's what they are thugs. Weren't they charged with like assault and battery or something with that incident, Steve, in Cincinnati?
I do not know off the top of my head what the charges that are pending. I mean, I know the one guy that knocked out Holly, he was facing pretty serious charges. I mean, like 20 years kind of stuff.
See, they need to take it across the board. They need to take it across the board for anybody that videotaped this, because it's honestly truly sad in today's world and today's society that when something happens, like an auto accident, instead of getting over there trying to help the people, we pull the phone out and hit record. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't, like I said, but this is coming down, is coming to a head. I mean, it's really sad. It's really sad that, you know, where is Reverend Al and Reverend Jesse and Reverend Louis right now condemning what happened in Cincinnati?
Right.
I ain't heard hiding their hair out of them. Have you?
I wouldn't expect to, no. But if the roles, like you said, if the roles were reversed, that would have been within 24 hours.
You might want to go 2 to 4 hours because they got their $1 million airplanes they jump on and fly around the world.
Yep.
Because and I'm going to say this, Steve, and that's what's keeping this country. That's what's keeping things held back, and that's what's fanning the flames. It's really, I'm sorry, but it's gotten out of control. How do we get this back in control? I don't know. I don't think there is a way to get it back into control unless we get them out of office.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I mean, it's honestly sad that it has come down to this today. You know, me and Dingbat, we treat everybody equally. Doesn't matter if it's, you know, white, black, purple, polka dotted,
sure,
people eaters, whatever. You know, and then that's how we were raised. But I don't know. I think maybe some of this they're ticked off about Trump cutting all their government benefits. I don't know. But like I said, though, Steve, I want to mail that to you, this newspaper to you, and I want you to read it, and you tell me what you think about it.
And one other thing you mentioned there real quick was TikTok. We've been talking about TikTok for years now, foreign influence, foreign actors, China, Russia, using propaganda. Are some of them maybe using the likes of TikTok to promote that? They want that narrative of the racial divides in this area. They want us to have the violence. They're trying to inflame that kind of stuff. You think some of them might be using TikTok to push that narrative?
No, I don't. Because it's the creators that get on there. It's the creators that sit there and spout this crap. It's the creators. I think there's like 3 or 4 black guys on there that actually spout the truth. And they're like, well, this is what's in the neighborhood. This is what's in the neighborhood. This is what's being broadcasted. And I think there's one that's on Facebook. I'd have to send it to you.
Mm-hmm.
But they all speak the truth. And these other ones that I'm talking about, the ones that hate white people, are so indoctrinated with the hatred and whatnot. They don't see how to treat people equally. They're indoctrinated with this from birth. That's the problem.
Okay.
But
well, how do you change that? Well, that's the kicker right there. I don't know if there is a way. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Miami federal judge has ordered a temporary pause on construction at the immigration detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz.
The ruling is a victory for the Miccosukee tribe and the Friends of the Everglades Environmental Advocacy Group, who are calling for a shutdown of the facility until an environmental study can be completed. District Judge Kathleen Williams issued a temporary order blocking any construction at the site for 2 weeks after hearing 2 days of testimony. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Remains from 3 more victims of the 9/11 terror attacks in New York have been identified.
The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner says Ryan Fitzgerald of Floral Park, New York, Barbara Keating of Palm Springs, California, and a woman whose name is being withheld have been matched with remains using advanced DNA technology and new samples from family members. About 40% of the people who were killed at the World Trade Center site on 9/11 still have not been identified. Scott Pringle, New York.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
The secret word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, answering Braindead's question, what kind of charges are these individuals facing? It was felonious assault and aggravated riot. As someone here a few days ago told me, those are pretty serious charges, you know, that if convicted on both counts could be talking like 20 years. And that is the charges which have also now been levied against a sixth suspect that was arrested on Wednesday of this week, a 25-year-old Alicia Devon, taken into custody about 9 o'clock Wednesday morning by the Fugitive Apprehension Unit. According to sources, she's the woman that's in that video wearing the white bodysuit that's stomping and kicking one of the victims on the ground. Holly, the woman that's, with the black eye now that was beat to hell, she said she thinks Rosemond is the person who punched her, knocked her unconscious. That would be the 38-year-old Patrick Rosemond. He was arrested in Fulton County, Georgia. Police chief said previously that the 6 people charged in what police called a violent attack. They listed the names. Rosemond charged with 2 counts of felonious assault and aggravated riot. So, because there was more than one individual that he was involved in beating hell out of. Waived his extradition. He will be brought back to Ohio, according to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. He'll go through the extradition process before being transported back to Cincinnati. Felonious assault, aggravated riot. All right, 844-844-3388. And good morning to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I want to add on to Pappy's phone call. When it comes to product, what I think the companies are going to do, if they leave the price the same, they'll just give you less product. So, for example, if you buy a bag of chips and there may be 10 chips, they'll probably reduce it down to 9 or 8 and keep the price the same. Now, I worked in D.C., and I worked in a very dangerous section of D.C. Someone tried to hold me up, and I told the guy, I said, not fair. I'm blind. I don't know if you have a gun or not. Let me feel the gun. The guy got discombobulated and walked away from me. But D.C. is still a dangerous place, and if I were Trump, I would just take it over. I mean, do you remember Marion Barry
yes.
and the shenanigans he did?
Right, the cocaine
when he
mayor.
Was caught.
Yeah.
Pardon?
He was the cocaine mayor, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they played the police sting, and he's going, the bitch did me in, the bitch did me in. He went to jail for a while, and the minute he got out of jail, the people in his district, in his ward, decided
Re-elected him.
Vote him in.
Yep.
So he was on the D.C. Council until I guess he finally died from, I think it was prostate cancer or something, but he was a character. But D.C., the way it's run now, nobody knows what's going on, so to speak, and it really needs to be taken back and ran before Home Rule, which came in 1973.
Very good. Well, anything else going on, blind man? You staying out of trouble?
Oh, yeah. Yesterday, my neighbor took me to the bank, and I did a couple of things, got some cash, stuff like that. And then I'm supposed to go to the Verizon store. I want to get a little flip phone, so when I do go to the hospital later on for some major surgery down there, at least I can, talk to people. And then when I get home, I can just use it when I'm outside, call for a taxi or something when I'm at the doctor's office, etc.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, good to hear from you here on a Friday. Thanks for checking in. Well, speaking of checking in, there's Truck and Phil. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 72 to start things off. 89 for a high. Warm it up again. Fort Wayne. Ditto for Newaygo, Michigan. 72 to 89. A big shout out to the great Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend, everybody. Oh, yeah. It's another working weekend in the fort. But we're down to 139 days till Christmas. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. I then got an email from Gordon who says, howdy, Steve. It's kind of a continuation of your show last night. I got in on the last hour of the program when I left the house. And when you were talking about copper, I think we were talking to Vic at the time about the big mine out there. He says, I've hauled a lot of copper out of Morenci, Arizona. Yeah, first time I was there was probably back around 1991, 92. But if you use Google Maps, yeah, you can see how big of an operation this is, a monstrosity of a copper mine there. He said, headed down to Ardmore, Oklahoma to get the asphalt and oil dropped off here. Have a good one and keep on keeping on. And he sent me the link there to the Google Maps photograph along that section of 191, the big mine facility out there. All right, thank you very much, Gordon, for tuning in when you get a chance. And have a great weekend. I think Eagle had a couple of cents worth to chime in regards to the whole Cincinnati narrative that's making national headlines. What you got there, Eagle?
Yeah. I appreciate you getting me back on. Yeah, Steve. Like Pappy was saying, he got the inside track. You can't have people attacking somebody in a civilized society in 2025 just because they're a different race. This guy's a coward, the guy who busted the woman in the eye and causes women some severe problems. He deserves every moment that he spends in jail. He deserves it because it was totally unnecessary to do all that. And like you said, it can give Cincinnati a bad reputation. You know, the different events that might want to come to Cincinnati might look at other cities and towns. It costs the city more money.
Yep.
So the Cincinnati Police Department got to take action, and they can't tolerate that type of behavior because it's just totally unnecessary. The people can't act like that. And as far as Washington D.C. goes, you know, Steve, Donald Trump said that before he got in the White House, that Washington D.C. is an embarrassment. You know, the graffiti on the ground, all the trash and garbage, and how filthy it is, and the crime. You can't have that. That Washington D.C. represents the United States. That's the capital of this place. And you can't have that. You can't have that place looking like that. And like Donald Trump said, if he has to get the federal people in to get it under control, that's exactly what he should do. Because it's obvious that the people that are in control, they can't do it. So it's time for somebody to take it. Donald Trump, that was one of his promises that he made when he was running for president, that he was going to get Washington back under control and get it cleaned up. And I hope he does just that, because Washington is an embarrassment right now. Some of the things that are going on. It's totally unnecessary. You know, like you were saying, Steve, when you got dignitaries, when you got people coming to Washington D.C., I'm talking about leaders from other countries. They don't want to. You know, you want to put on a good show for these people. You want to show your best, and these guys are riding down through the streets of Washington D.C. headed to the White House, and this is what they have to see: homeless people and trash and garbage on the ground, graffiti and all that. This is not what America's all about. So Donald Trump, whatever he has to do to get Washington, D.C. cleaned up, I back him on that, because Washington is not looking good right now. And hopefully Trump can get it cleaned up. And I thank you for taking my call.
All righty. Again, Eagle, have a great weekend. Thanks for checking in. 16 before the hour. Oh, the alligator Alcatraz in the headlines yesterday. Federal judge saying you got to stop construction there. Hold. Same time, word comes down that Immigration and Customs Enforcement are going to open another large-scale detention facility at Fort Bliss in Texas coming up on August 17th. ICE is preparing to begin operations at the new facility at the Fort Bliss military base near El Paso. The site will initially house 1,000 individuals who entered the country illegally. Plans to expand to 5,000 beds over the next 2 years, according to the Department of Defense. Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson described this as an historic project in scale. Upon completion, this will be the largest federal detention center in history for this critical mission, the deportation of illegals. The detention camp known as Camp East Montana, being built under a Department of Defense contract valued at $1.2 billion, according to the Border Report. Once operational, the contractor will add space or add capacity in phases, increasing by 250 beds per week until the facility reaches 3,000 beds. Further expansion could then follow. ICE will manage and operate the site, providing detainees access to legal representation, a law library, and recreational space. This announcement as the administration faces a series of legal challenges to their immigration policies. It was yesterday, same day, that the federal judge in Florida temporarily halted construction of Alligator Alcatraz in the Everglades, saying the project had not complied with the federal environmental laws. Immigration advocates hailed the decision, pointing that what they allege are inhumane conditions at similar facilities. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem earlier this week announcing a new facility in Miami County, Indiana, already nicknamed Speedway Slammer. about 75 miles from Indianapolis, home of the renowned Indianapolis Speedway, which will add 1,000 detention beds through an Indiana state partnership. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Alrighty, round and third, headed toward home on a Friday morning. And Scratching my groin, what's happening?
How are you, Steve? Hey, I just want to send a shout out to young Steven and Pappy, man. If they get dispatched down there, be sure and be safe. Keep your head on a swivel, guys. That concerns me.
Yes,
you know?
No doubt.
But early on, I heard somebody call out Knuckle Buster and where he lived down there in Mississippi. And years ago, we ran 78 and 5 from Mark Tree, Arkansas to South Carolina with automotive parts. We ran it hot and heavy back when it was still a skinny road, skinny bridges, and a little old fuel stop down there around Pappy's area. Knuckle Buster's area. A gal that worked the register went by Plow Girl.
Oh, yeah?
And they served a fine meal. Yeah, they served a fine meal, but she had a base station there in the front, and she'd get on that thing and broadcast what was on the menu for that day. Mm-hmm. All the truckers, you know. And she would rattle it off about like an auctioneer, Steve. In cadence. She's quite a cut up. them girls or them truckers try to talk smack to her and shit, she just, oh, pardon me, she'd smack right back.
Right.
And I just wondered if she was even still active down there or not, or still kicking with us, I hope. But yeah, if Knuckle Buster calls in here this final hour, would you, if you think of it, ask him about Plow Girl, if he remembers or knows.
All right, yeah, and I have a sneaky suspicion. Based on where we are on the clock, I'd say I think he's snoozing. He made it to the home 20 there in that first hour, so got that shower, got something to eat, probably sawing logs. A little R&R for the weekend. I was going to ask Brain Dead about this whole Bubba Wallace thing, because I keep seeing all these social media posts on Facebook and whatnot that like he's been fired. So I tried to do a little digging here, and according to the AI overview, they're hearing the same. There are reports and rumors circulating about Michael Jordan potentially firing Bubba Wallace from his 23XI racing team. They're not confirmed. Based on speculation following Wallace's performance and incidents in recent races. While some fans and commentators are calling for his removal, others defend him. There is no official statement from the team, anything of that nature. All this speculation after a string of on-track incidents and some within the NASCAR community calling for changes at 23XI. Despite the speculation, no confirmation from Michael Jordan, 23XI Racing, or Bubba Wallace about any sort of impending contract termination or firing. Wallace has publicly stated he's not accepting the possibility of being fired and considering legal action, indicating a potential disagreement with the team. Now, as co-owner of 23XI, Michael Jordan's involvement in any decision regarding Wallace's future with the team would obviously be significant. In conclusion, while there is ongoing discussion and speculation about Bubba's future with 23XI, there is no official confirmation of his being dismissed, and the situation remains fluid. That's the best I could come up with. Well, good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. Yes, I was on hold last Friday night, Friday morning. Well, my deal's mixed up, and I'm sorry I fell asleep on you there, Steve. But, well, kind of boring here at GMA and BS Enterprises Skyscraper at night. Oh, well, but don't tell Gilligan I fell asleep on duty. I am captain of the guard over here. Well, tonight for GMA and BS Enterprises, we have an observation about the Rambler, the one and only Rambler. It is getting a little quirky with some of his ideas. A couple weeks ago, he confessed that he was a big fan of Thunderlips from the Rocky III movie. Yes, that's right, the ultimate male specimen. You ought to look at that up online and figure out what that's all about. Later in the call, he also admitted when he was a child, he played with dolls. Now we got this latest confession of him. He literally said there's nothing like man-on-man loving last night. I'm telling you what, people, I am really wondering about the Rambler. Oh, well, it is what it is. But trust me, Rambler, Mrs. Ferguson's not too happy about your little comment about how I like big women. So I don't know what's going to become of that. And now a word from our sponsor. GMA and BS Enterprises wants to remind everybody that the thunderstorm season is still a-going. And you must protect your outside pets from the rain. Later on, the sleet, the snow, the hail's coming down with some of them thunderstorms too. So make sure you order your pond umbrella today to keep your scaly friends dry in the rain. For the incredible low price of $19.95, you can order a pond umbrella.
But wait,
there's
more.
For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can order 2 of these umbrellas. That's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. And just remember, all of our products at GMA and BS Enterprises are visually inspected by the blind man. And just remember our motto at GMA and BS Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, will treat you right back.
All right. What the hell? What a way to leave off on a casual Friday. But that's where we'll be. We'll come back at the midnight hour here Sunday into a Monday to kick off a brand new week. Hope you can join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.